Yeah, so that did not sound very well. Actually, let's hit that button. Let's hit the go live button. But all right, it's 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Kia ora, Catherine. Thank you so much for joining this. Yeah, this we had a bit of a chat before, so no need to like do the whole introduction spiel again. But thank you so much for joining this this podcast, deep and meaningful conversations. Actually, and this is actually a new concept that I'm doing actually. So this is a little bit more preparation, a little bit more, yeah, and letting people know what we're going to talk about as well.
Yeah, yeah,
And
yeah. All good.
it's yeah, it's how should I say it? It's a privilege to use the revamped version, like record the revamped version with someone like yourself. Um, and but let's before we
No
dive into it.
pressure. Holy
Yeah, no, no,
moly.
yeah, no, absolutely. So, but before I blow too many smoke up your end, it's um you you did ask like for to kick us off in a good way in with the karakia, and I think yeah, that's so I would like to leave it up to you to do the karakia.
Excellent, awesome. And before we do, I'll just say it's a privilege to be here with you in this space, Ghazali, and also with all of our ancestors with us all together in this space. That makes it at least, I don't know, tens of thousands. So no, you've been an awesome advocate. You know, I want to say that right up front. Awesome advocate for Indigenous rights and everything. So yeah, man, I was stoked when you contacted me. So but yeah, a karakia, this is just our tikanga, our culture, and of most of our Indigenous communities, I'd say, to kick things off with an invocation. I wouldn't even say it's a prayer, it's an invocation, it's a call to the higher realms to just give us all that good juiciness and support and love and sharpness of mind so our conversation can be on point, because as we know, things are urgent and there's a lot going on, so we need all the help we can get. I just would like to introduce, this is my better half, my husband,
Equal half.
Oh, see what I mean? Equal half, gender equality, awesome. And so I just asked him to come along and help me with the karakia because he's been very supportive. He's been my biggest support actually in the work that I do. And man, if you don't have that support in this mahi, this work, it's really tough. It's tough even with support. But I just want to acknowledge you, Han.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Nice to be on the call at least to help open.
Yeah, and so we'll just do a short karakia to kick us off and set the tone right. Ready? Ko te pute more te weo te akarea. Ko te wau nui te kune te whe te kore te pō. Ki ngā tangata Māori nā rangi rawa ko papa. Ko tēnei te timatanga o te ao. Ko tēnei te timatanga o te ao. And I can give a bit of an explanation of that if you like, anytime. Now, later, anytime. Yeah. Thank you.
Oh, I even get a kihi.
Oh, yeah.
Nam hiki a koutou katoa. All this for the podcast. I'll probably listen in a little bit later.
Oh, appreciate it. Kia ora. No, it's for Catherine, for people that are not familiar with it. What exactly is a karakia?
Yes, so there's many different kinds, eh? So there's openings, there's closings, there's for when babies are born, there's for starting off gatherings like this, all sorts. There's for when you're out in nature and you're starting gardening and you're closing harvesting. Just, hey, don't tell me what to say. Us now. Bye-bye. Yeah, well, like I said at the start, it's kind of like a prayer, but that's in a sense. And just to say up front, so there's not just one generic Māori peoples, right? There's many nations in Aotearoa, and they each, as you do, have your own distinctive take on the world and reality. And such, even the origin story, which we'll probably get into, origin stories of the cosmos and everything. Ooh. So from my community, you know, what my elders, my kaimata told me was prayer is kind of like a Western thing, like a Christian thing, like the missionaries brought it over thing. Karakia, on the other hand, is like it links into our origin story. We descend from the gods. So you're not like doing prayers like, oh, please, oh, please, oh, please. You are invoking. It's not so much a demand, but you're putting it out there to the universe, and you're drawing a reality to you with certainty. You know, if you do, there's some karakis, that's what makes them really powerful, is because you are really certain in your knowing that you are creating reality. You're calling reality forth, sort of thing. So this karakia is talking about the creation of the origin story of the world. Te pū te more. It's likened to like the source. Te pū, the source. Te pū te more te well. It's like sprouting, and a vine like growing, and it's likening that to consciousness sort of seeking, if you like a vine does. Ko te pū te more te weo te aka, te rea, te wao, te kore is in there. So te kore, eventually you get to the space of absolute like potential. It's not a void like empty. Some people think kore means nothing, empty. It's not nothing. It's actually te kore is short for te kore. Kore means nothing, and when in our language, when you put the same word next to each other, like kore, it means it's not just doubling the thing. It's an idea that transcends the original word. So you would ask yourself, what is more than double of nothing? It's a transcendent idea. If you could take a guess at it, I don't know, what would you say it is? Just to sort of get you thinking.
I like well, maybe it's just more like a mindset thing, but like it's like a double of nothing is actually something.
Yeah.
Right?
The idea is it's pure potential. It's not nothing.
Potential.
Pure potential. And from there, everything, is birthed. So from there, we get to like rangi, rawa, ko papa, tuanuku, the Sky Father and Earth Mother. And from there, we have humankind, and from there to me. Right. So that's our, origin story. And actually, I brought along some props to help.
Ooh, I like props.
If I get that right. This is like linearly, you see, it starts at te kore here. But of course, there's all these other stages before te kore. And it's actually like quantum physics. We knew quantum physics before they did, so they're laggards. But before the space of te kore, there are other realms and other and you're talking like billions of years. This represents billions of years, and the different stages of te pō. So te pō is like the night. It's like the deep night, the dark night, the all different dimensions of night. And then you come after te pō, of course. In a fractal universe, there's always light and dark. After te pō, you have the day, you have the light. But light is like, as we know in science, but we already knew that in our, traditional knowledge, indigenous knowledge, light actually transmits data. So when we talk about coming to the light, you're talking about all this information to create the world comes forward, and so the world is created. But this is a really neat metaphor, like, you know, fractal universe again. I'll talk about it.
Yeah.
This could also be used in your life. Like when you're in this place of te kore kore, say you've got a problem, and you don't know, you're in the dark. And as you work through your problem, you go through different stages of the darkness, te pō, and eventually you will come to the light. You will. So
can you read out the different stages? Because I see it's there's some different stages. Can you read them out? Because no, can you just read them out if it's okay.
So
okay.
There's te kore kore, te pō kitea, te pō tango tango, te pō. I kid you not, I think I'm going to need spectacles soon. So I'm looking at this as real quick.
Sorry about that.
Whawha, no. I'm going to... Te pō namu namu, ki te whaiao, ki te ao marama. So te ao marama is the world of light. Te ao marama, and then tihei wā mauri ora, because then there's life. Tihei wā mauri ora. Mauri is life force. And it's interesting because you've got te ao marama has the word ma in it, and ma means clarity, right? And then you've got mauri ora. Again, you've got the little word ma in there. It's like clarity. And if you see the word like ra is the sun. Ra is also light. Again, you put these little words together, ma and light, enlightenment. I mean, I'm not fluent in Te Reo. It's my second language. English is my first colonization. I love it. But you don't. The big idea there is you don't have to be fluent in your reo, in your language, to get real great value from it. And awesome that it's the, you know what it is, it's the decade, you know.
In these languages.
Yes. The starting of the decade of Indigenous languages. So it's not that we need a decade to, you know, give any importance to it, but it's nice.
Absolutely.
Indigenous languages, and we should, you know, we should. It really, it should encourage us and motivate us to understand our Indigenous languages much more, because let's face it, it's going to be saving the world stuff, our Indigenous languages, because it's reo me ona tikanga. It's the language and our customs and culture. It's not just language alone. And that's what's going to save the world, I reckon. Right. So we've got some work to do. Oh, should I just add, though, this is linear, but it's actually, if you can imagine it for just a sec, if you look at it from coming down, it's actually a spiral. Because patterns throughout time space actually spiral up. So it looks more like this. Right?
Right.
Spiraling up. So I just brought those props along to help, because it's big stuff, and we don't have time to go into it in any depth, but I hope that gives people, you know, if you wanted to go into the stuff in depth, I would recommend someone who is like really koi te hinanga, really sharp in all of that stuff. You need a wānanga. You need it. This is kind of like a wānanga. We call a wānanga is a learning space, higher learning space. Right. Traditionally higher learning. And you would do this at like 1, 2, 3 in the morning. You wouldn't be doing it now.
No, absolutely.
Because those hours, and I'd be keen to know if anyone else out there in, you know, internet land, whatever, is going, yeah, that's just like our culture. You got to do this stuff like early hours in the morning, because that's when you're more connected. The veil between metaphysical and physical realms is lifted. It's lighter, so you can connect more strongly with your wairua, your ancestors, your higher consciousness in those hours. That's why we did it. That's why we wānanga in those hours. Do we still? Yeah, we're colonized. I can't speak on that really. But where were we?
No, it was super amazing, because like it's I hear a lot of karakias in many meetings, but I think people that are, just listening or watching, and then hear Karakia, like I can imagine that, like, well, what is it actually? Like they immediately gravitate towards prayer, like
Mm.
the Western concept of it. Like, well, let's have an indigenous prayer. Like, when they invite indigenous people, it's like, oh, can you do a prayer? Like, we don't pray, as in like the way that you describe it, you non-indigenous person. But it's so like, and that's why, and so we have the time to do it actually. So that's why I like having deep and
Beautiful.
meaningful conversations, to like unpack it a little bit so that
Yeah.
people actually understand what a karakia is, and why you choose a particular karakia for a particular event. Because I can imagine, like, there's no one size fits all kind of
Mm.
karakia, like you just described,
Mm.
right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, you can do. I mean, we do generic, karakia all the time, and I do prayers too. Sometimes you want to make people feel comfortable, so you meet them. You compromise and meet people. Sometimes
Mhm.
compromise is a bad thing. Sometimes compromise is a device for inclusivity. So you
Mm.
do it sometimes.
Yeah.
And it being the decade of Indigenous languages, it also makes me think about language as a device. Language is very important. Even our English language that we use, every word has
Hmm.
power. Doesn't matter what, language you're using. So you got to be careful with your words, because it's thought, word, deed. That's how creation happens. So
Hmm.
the language going on up here in your monkey mind that you're speaking,
Right.
and that translates into actual hard reality through your body and action, it all accumulates to be a creative force. So that's why we've got to be mindful as possible all the time, as much as possible, about everything we think and speak and do. I know it's heavy and it's impossible. It's aspirational, totally. We're not, we're my particular view is we descend from gods, but the gods created this hard reality world to experience contrasts.
Hmm.
So we're not actually, we're different from the gods while we're living in this meat suit. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And we're fallible and we make mistakes, and that is because the experiences of mistakes help us perceive contrast. What is good and bad? What is
Mm.
up and down? What is courage and fear? Because hey, part of me gets it. I imagine it can be quite boring if you know everything and there's no contrast, and you're just there in a space of profound love and beauty, or whatever. Not even there. What is love? It's not even about love,
Mm.
because there's no contrast where they are. And
Hmm.
it's just pure potential. There's no boundaries, no limits, no dimensions. So they're like, oh, why don't we create a part of us, and we can experience through them.
Right.
You got to take the good with the bad
Mm.
there. So that's, how did I get onto that? Yeah, you got to rein me in, mate, because
No,
I'm
no. It's all good. It's all good. Because what you something that you said just now is also very reminds me of that book that I read. I'm a book reader. I like books.
mm,
Um, at least as of recent, and by recent I mean like the last, like, 4 or 5 years ago. I devour books. So when you talk about, like, words have a meaning, it's what's his name again? Ruiz.
uh,
He wrote the Four Agreements, and he said, like, words are like spells. It has a can have a very deep impact into people. So
yes,
choose your spells carefully. And
totally.
however, like, people think about spells nowadays, and it's like sorcery, witchcraft, and all these things. But it is like, words carry a meaning,
Yep.
and that meaning can have which is something that people need to be super aware of. I think is that the words, the meaning that you believe to carry with a certain word does not exactly mean that that's the same meaning that somebody else that you're speaking to
Ooh,
carries that same meaning to that word. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
So yeah, that's the 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 it's fragile if you think about it. It is very, you have to be very careful with choosing your words. And nowadays nobody does that. Like if they go on Twitter or whatever, like they just like it's like the I don't know, the kitchen sink of the world. People just like throw stuff out there, and thinking it has no meaning, thinking that, well, maybe it has a meaning, but like that it doesn't carry some volume in terms of yeah.
There's power. There's power
Yeah.
there. People need to realize there's power there.
Yeah.
And, that's everyone has a different point of consciousness. I know we talked about this in our other, little chat.
Yeah.
We're all individual points of consciousness, therefore our perception is unique, and that includes sending and receiving of communications of data. We think we intend a message, but it's received a certain way. And that's all different for everyone.
Right.
It's sometimes there's a convergence and a sharing of ideas and intention and all the rest of it. But on a spectrum, it's all unique. All a communication is unique. And we just try and get some social agreement around what words mean and, all of that. But we're muddling through to a degree.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the other thing about what I love about my Māori language, and it's probably true for all languages in a different way, but the harmonic power too behind our words for Aotearoa, our language, just the vowel sounds like a, e, o, u. Now, if you go to like places like Tibet and the monks and stuff, you'll know that they have the same idea, just the harmonics of words. And you can get, that's why I love singing too, especially in a mob, a collective. You just feel the power of because it's all frequency and vibration, just goes right up through your crown chakra. Just you feel it bust out the top when you're all like hitting your notes really well, and it creates like a almost a third level of sound, of frequency. I don't know if you guys know what I mean.
Yeah. Well, at least I do.
I love singing in a group when you're really hitting it. It just, you can feel the energy just coursing through you. It's so effective.
It's like that the polyphonic sound is what it is. Like the it's like the polyphonic, so multiple sounds, like multiple people, is what. And I think for some reason it is you see it most in the Pacific region, like the polyphonic sounds. When you guys sing a Waiata or anywhere else in the Pacific, like, or if you go to Tonga in Samoa or Fiji, like the it's almost. And here's a very controversial observation. I think that could have contributed to why Christianity has been it's made its why indigenous peoples or peoples in the Pacific were susceptible to Christianity, because like there's a lot of choir singing within Christianity, and that could be like one of the things that could have contributed to the entrance of Christianity into the, amongst many other things, obviously. But like when you talk about song, when you talk about sounds and the polyphonic sounds, is just checking my thoughts with you, by the way, because
I'd go with that. There are a lot of things about Christianity that that resonated with our people, for whatever reason. And that would, that might be one of them. I can't really speak to it from like personal experience because I'm not religious, but I am definitely like, I don't know, spiritual, or I believe in the metaphysics of, our reality. So I work with those energies as much as I can every day. Like I
Right.
do, meditation. I've just recently picked up, Qigong. God, YouTube's awesome.
Mm.
And, so, I'm doing my energy things,
Yeah.
as often as I can when I need it.
Uh-huh.
And that. So now and again, I'll, something will float across my radar, which is a different aspect of metaphysics. And I go, oh, that's interesting. And I'll pick it up, or I won't. It's all, free will.
What is that? Because all right. So for people that are joining this conversation, so one of the
What
reasons
have we signed up to?
like,
What
what
is
in
this
the world?
activism?
No, it's so people have an idea what I would like to talk about with Catherine and many other things, by the way, and we'll just talk about whatever pops up. Um, if you ask around within the movement or around the Pacific, and you talk about and like, what do you know about Catherine? And uh, one of the first things that comes to people's minds, and not that I canvass the entire region about this, but I can imagine. I can imagine. I can imagine that people. The first thing that will come into their minds is your critical thought, like how the critical thinking, how you your decision making process, your internal decision making process, in terms of, right, it's not you already talked, well, the way that you started this conversation already, like is a shows that like you look for the meaning behind something, you look for like
Everything
this
is
thing.
meaning. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, everything has a meaning, right? Yeah, absolutely.
No
And
coincidences.
no coincidence, right? Yeah, yeah. And that is and that is something I'm super fascinated about is, and like how, and I think other people as well, is like how do you sift through all that information that's out there and make sense of all this. You don't have to like give out your whole entire process, but like it's I can, yeah, in terms of critical thinking is if you could like to pick your brains a little bit about that. Obviously,
Yep.
what you talked about as well is the international decade for, or not, yeah, international decade for indigenous languages kicked off this year. So one entire decade about languages. Um, so what are your thoughts on that as well? Are we, is it good? Or what should we be doing? What is the effect that we want to have at the end of the decade? It's 10 years, so I cannot imagine the UN doing everything for every day something for languages. And then again, like, why focus on the UN, right? Why not on indigenous peoples? Why shouldn't we do something to reinforce our languages, revitalize or strengthen our languages? That is something. And then climate change, obviously, environmental justice, with your super, like if you just Google your name, like the first 4, 5, 6 hits, first
I'm going
page.
to say something right there.
Mm.
Everyone stop using Google. Stop using their word. We're talking about languages here and being very specific about the power of language.
Why? What's wrong with Google?
Google from your vocab, and then you will eject it from your life. I shifted to DuckDuckGo, and then they started censoring. So I've shifted from DuckDuckGo to Brave. That's just evolution,
right.
bro.
Is Brave that one that with the lion?
Yeah.
Shield thing? That's Brave.
Brave.
What's the difference between, obviously, Google? We know everything what that is. But what's the difference between DuckDuckGo and Brave then?
Well, maybe they're just all about the least worst, but Brave doesn't censor what people want to put out there in the internet verse or your searches. They're not like, back officing, calibrating your searches so that you're shepherded to, one direction more than another, like Google does. Right. They're not doing all that stuff.
It's not heavily involved. It involves the algorithms. It's like entire lives are like algorithms right now.
Yeah, not yet.
Brave, huh? I haven't used it yet. It's I just have to admit, like, it's in my browser, and when I need to find something, it's convenient. But I do see.
It's not like there's an internet, what do you call it, search engine god that's going to strike you down with lightning or nothing. But having said that, it kind of is, because if you believe in every action has an opposite and equal reaction, karma,
okay,
language.
So brave then. But by the way, just out of curiosity, what browser do you use then? Like what?
Yeah, Brave.
Brave. Oh, it's also a Brave. It's also a browser like Internet Explorer or like Brave. Oh, okay.
Yeah. No, that. Sorry, I wasn't clear. That's exactly what I mean.
Ah, okay. Interesting.
Yeah. Oh, hey, the other thing about languages, if I could just drop it in, I'm really apologetic for disrupting your thought flow, because
by all means.
I'm a Gemini and I tend to just like, oh, I got an idea, I got to tell you. Oh my God. So language, this here is language too, eh? So if we want to talk about that, we could talk about that too.
Please, yeah, because you brought it up, so it's you're pointing at your moko, so it's and
now
what do you mean by that? No, but yeah,
you just tell me.
No, you can. Yeah, okay. Yeah, we should definitely kick off with the languages, with the decade and with that, and because we're already started, I believe.
On the road.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, all right. You want me to?
Because you put on the moko, that's also language, so it's what do you mean by that?
Māori never. Well, we never had a written language per se. So we have things like, oh look, this is a hoe. Oh no, it's not a hoe. Sorry, it's a steering. I'm not getting the angle right.
Yeah,
my husband carved this anyway, because he's a steerer of canoes, waka. Traditional voyaging ones, as well as those ones that you see, the long ones that go up rivers and coastal areas around Aotearoa. He's the steerer. Kai uringi. So he carved his own steering paddle.
Yeah.
So carving is a language. This is kind of in the family of carving, you could say, because it's on the skin. And the interesting thing about having moko on the skin, of course, the skin is the biggest organ of the body, right? And of course, the body is made up of how much percentage water,
70%?
Yeah, it's huge, man. It's huge. And water, as many of us know, who was that Japanese scientist? He's passed now. He did all these experiments on water. Anyway, the bottom line is, like light, water is a carrier of data as well. You can, like, the experiments he did was, you write a word on a vessel of water, you freeze it, and then you, with a microscope, look at the crystals like that form, and you will find that there's a correlation between the beauty and the structure of the crystals and the word that you write on the vessel. So what that tells us, is that our intention through language actually impacts reality. Water is just showing us that for reals. And it's awesome. People can go like brave all of this. I mean, I could put together a whole list of links, but honestly, if something catches your ear or your third eye, and you go, ooh, or your heart, you go, oh, just go and search it. You'll find, so much. So anyway, water carries information. The skin, the language, words, intentions. This is like a declaration. We know the Declaration of Rights of Indigenous Peoples. This is my personal declaration. It's different elements, obviously. So like it tells you, I don't know if you can see, but like the tail of the fish, there's a fish tail there. So that tells you, so anyone who knows anything about this language, they can read a lot about you. You literally got on your face. You can tell a lot about me if you know. The tail of the fish is where I come from. That's my Indigenous territory, up the top of the North Island. if people have that in their head, sorry, I don't have a graphic here of New Zealand, but that skinny bit, that's the tail of the fish. And it's called the tail of the fish because if anyone knows about some of our, I won't call them myths, eject that from our language. They are not myths. They're our stories about, how the world was created. Okay. Maui, the trickster, one of those demigods, the trickster, is features big on our in our stories. But anyway, it's about the fishing up of the North Island, right? And so the North Island actually still today holds energies of the fish. So the te hiku or te ika, the ika is the fish, te hiku is the tail. So the tail of the fish, just think about the characteristics of a tail of a fish. It steers the fish actually. Tail of many provocative activists have come from te hiku because it's in our energy. It's like genetically encoded in us to be that. And to give you a point of contrast, at this so-called south, we say we go up to the head. Where Wellington is te upoko, the head of the fish, te upoko o te ika. That's the head of the fish. And that's, funnily enough, the energy of the head is, all the thinking, the brains, that's where our parliament is, right? That's where a lot of bureaucrats are. That's where a lot of policies, all the governing is done from the head, apparently, some people. So that's interesting. And then on the east and west coast, we have what like stabilizing energies, like you do on a fish. Like get my north and south, east, west right. On the west of the North Island, you have like Taranaki, which is known for its peace building kind of philosophy. The Māori peoples there, all about peace. And on the east, a lot of the Māori communities there treasure education. So you get knowledge, you get wisdom. They were really into educating their people. So they sent them off to universities, when colonization started. And they made sure that they got educated. And then many of those prominent personalities from that part of the country led the movements like getting Māori members of parliament and that sort of thing. So they got into politics. So all this stuff is helping to stabilize. And in the middle of the North Island, in the center of the fish, is what you can imagine is like the puku, is like the guts and the engine room. That's where a lot of volcanic Rotorua, there's a lot of volcanic activity. Taupo, where that big explosion happened and created Lake Taupo. And there's a lot of stinky, smelly stuff happening there too with the sulfur, which is kind of like the puku area. But yeah, so it's very interesting. And of course, the South Island, we call it it's te waka. Like it's the waka, it's the canoe that when the fish was fished up, that's the canoe that landed the fish from. So there's a whole lot going on there. Now, see, I've lost track of where we got to. What was the question?
It wasn't a question, actually. If you want to backtrack the whole thing.
Moko.
Yeah,
it started
was
with moko.
Yeah.
So language.
Yeah.
So that's all about that. So that little element there. I come from there. And other parts are like, I probably can't go too much in it because it take ages. So it's on my lips, obviously, as well. And there's elements in here that talk about, like I do a lot of communicating. Back in my day, I worked for two of my Māori people's tribal councils, I call them. I was a governor for both of them for periods of time and other things. But in here, it's like saying problems, you're always going to have them. You just work through them. And there's an out. You see there? There's a safe exit always. But you've just got to apply wisdom to it, and you'll navigate your way through it. You've got to believe it, though. You've got to believe it. So that's some of it. And then you've got stuff like, my hopes, my dreams, my family, so all that sort of stuff. But that's my declaration. I don't know what yours might be. Do you have a, skin ink? This is not tattoo, by the way. Please eject that word from our language. This is not. You don't rock off the street, go into a parlor and get this stuff done. It's not tattoo. No.
Would you say the same about because two things that can't come into my mind when you talk about your declaration, right? Let's not use that one word for that. So when you the declaration, one is what popped into my mind. What was it? Right, yeah. So the general acceptance of your declaration in Aotearoa or lack thereof.
Yeah. So many of us will relate to this. Colonization it almost wiped out our language, languages rather, because there's several languages in Aotearoa, not just one. Although they can understand each other, they're, what do you call them? Differences depending on the region you go and blah, blah, blah. And almost got wiped out with colonization. So this is also a political act when I got this done, and the origin story, everything has an origin story. The origin story of this was I was born in Auckland, raised in primary school in Auckland. Dad shifted us back home, and I don't know, living in my Māori community then, it just raises your consciousness about stuff, and it raised my awareness about the attacks that had been made and were continuing to be made on my culture. I couldn't even be me naturally. It's a political act being Māori. Any Indigenous person can relate to this, I imagine. It's super political being a Māori woman. And then when I got older and had my child and was a solo mum, super political being a solo mum, woman, Māori, and on and on and on she goes. So I got to a point, I was working in Wellington. I could talk about that a little bit or leave it. I moved home to work for my people. And it occurred to me that I needed to do something more, because everything was getting political in my work. And I was like, I want to super commit to this. I know, and I need to feel safe, and my culture is beautiful and awesome. So why do I feel like it's not? Why do I feel like I'm still limited by other people's, really destructive beliefs about Māori culture? I'm not having it. So I started, I put it out to the universe, like, I want to get a moko kawai. Kawai's chin. I want to get a moko kawai and just totally commit, to being a Māori woman. For a few years, I put it out there, nothing. Didn't get nothing back from the universe. It was just a big wall. I would get close, like organized for a tāmoko, someone who does moko, but it always fell over, always fell through. Couldn't quite get there. Then I got the United Nations Indigenous Fellowship program. An email came across my computer one day, gently, and I went, oh, that's interesting. You know what I did? I forwarded it on. And pretty much immediately, I got pingbacks from multiple people saying, oi, why aren't you considering yourself to apply for that fellowship? And I'm like, I had a list longer why I couldn't. Oh, I've got an infant baby. Oh, I'm committed to my work here. Oh, I don't have the time. And they just like ping back, nah, we'll sort that. Swipe left on that. No. You apply for it. We'll back you 10,000%. So I did, and I got the fellowship representing the Pacific. This is in 2005.
I remember that one. Yeah.
Oh, amazing. It was shifted my consciousness like that.
Did
It was
it?
like my whole spine. But here's the thing, connected.
Mm.
I went over, based in Geneva for 5 months, worked with my crew of other Indigenous fellows, loved them to bits, still in touch with most of them, many of them, all of them. Anyway, while I was there, I'd always have, every so often you'd have people rock up and go, oh, you Maoris are just, you're so awesome. You got like, your country's so beautiful. And you got the All Blacks and you do the haka and you're such a great host and you sing and I'm there like going, yeah. Why? So the thing was, I had to go all the way over to Geneva there was a shift in here. It was like, and once I was like, yeah, good jingos, by golly gracious, I could say other words. Yeah. Why have I've been resisting something. I haven't been totally committed to, and once I became like totally like, yeah, I'm good as a Māori. I don't actually need anything. But as soon as you're not needy, that's when the universe actually delivers. That's the irony, right? If you're needy, you're actually resisting and you're pushing what you want away. You've got to become detached, if you know what I mean. I was so attached. I need this moko. I need to do that. I need. And I don't know. I just, as soon as that happened, I went back home after 5 months. And very soon after, there was a call from my iwi saying, we're going to have the first big Te Aotearoa, that's one of my Māori people's, festival. First ever. But wait, there's more. And we're going to have moko artists, tohunga, experts, come and they're going to do moko kawai. But wait, there's more. And for the women who want moko kawai, no cost. And I was like, what? So, of course, I got it done. But you see how energy starts flowing when certain things line up?
Yeah.
That's the origin story of this.
Yeah.
It's that political act is what I think where I started, kind of, in that.
Yeah, you did. It is, and you did. There was some. I remember there was some articles that were written about some controversies about like having a moko kawai in the workplace and everything else. There was.
Really? Yeah.
Several years ago, I saw it.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, if you had moko, you were discriminated against to the max. You couldn't get rental accommodation. You couldn't go into certain places of business. You would be demonized. It was dangerous. And so the art form and the culture started dying off. So it was to revitalize, have a renaissance of this. And now it's like when you get a new red car, you see red cars popping everywhere. I just see moko kawai everywhere now. It's normalized. That's a beautiful thing about it. To begin with, it was like, oh, and people were like, wow, that's awesome. Now people don't even see it.
Yeah.
Yeah. You go overseas, yeah. But here it's like not a thing.
Right.
That's where you want it to be, right? Not a thing.
Right. And I think maybe you know a little bit more about this because it's outside of the Pacific. The only place where I see it something similar as well is in the Arctic, the Inuit. Women also do the. I don't want to be disrespectful. I don't know what the right word for it is, but like they do something similar as well. It's particularly the women is what I see them as well. They I should get some. I should get someone from the Arctic on the podcast soon to talk about this.
Oh my gosh, that's what I love about my husband. I feel like I've got some link with the Sami and the Arctic, rub against them and go, oh yeah, I love those Sami and those Nordic peoples. Oh, I love them. So yeah,
it's funny because for a lot of for some funny reason, there's a close like connection in terms of between the Arctic and the Pacific.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't.
Geologically? Whakapapa wise, that's our word
No,
for
no,
geo.
I don't think of fuck up wise. I think more in terms of, yeah, there's just something going on because there's always this that the Arctic, for example, the Sami and the Pacific people can easily like, get along. Like it's easy
Really?
to get along with each other. And I'm not talking about going to
Yin
bars or
and
anything else,
yang.
but like actually just doing the work in
Oh.
human rights, in arts,
Ooh.
and for example, when I read up on, there was a time that I wanted to start indigenous schools. I well, not that I abandoned the idea, but like I wanted to start indigenous like yeah, like schools for kids, to that are like culturally immersive. So I started reading up on it, and the when the Sami actually when they came up with the idea for like language revitalization, the place where they went to was Aotearoa,
Okay.
the
Yep.
Kohangareo, and
Right.
so they sent in people to the Kohangareos, to the language schools, and 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 and
Great.
they just modeled it and then brought it to Sami land, and so
Oh,
it's
nice.
amazingly like I don't know, like I still can't put my finger on it, but everywhere I go, in uh, there's this yeah, this very close connection, affection even
Oh yeah,
between
I love them.
between the Pacific
Oh,
and at least the Sami, and it could be broader than that to the entire Arctic, but definitely the Sami and the Pacific. For some reason, I have
okay.
I really can't put my finger on it, but it's yeah, it's so funny. It's so funny you mentioned that when you said like that you love the Sami.
I do because their temperament, like I'm very pitta, I'm very fiery,
Mm,
according to Ayurvedic assessment of personality types or whatever. I'm very animated, But the Nordic peoples are so cool. They're so toe te modi. We call it toe te modi.
mm,
Your modi, your life force is there. Obviously, it's in everything, even a rock, even
yeah.
inanimate objects and everything. It's very it's a great gift to be able to have discipline over your modi. And they seem to have it. They're just so cool. Is that about the environment, bro? Is that like because they live in a cold environment? I don't know. There's something.
Well, it's I did ask a question once. Actually, it's because when we talk about, for example, war situations, and it's like what was a very long time ago, even like long before Ukraine, Russia, but like a very long time ago, and I was just like you said, late night conversations, and that's when the best conversations come out, definitely.
Yes.
And so we're like talking story, and there was this who wrote this article once. It's not is it Moana Jackson? Once were warriors, but
Once the gardeners.
farmers, gardeners, and everything else.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah. Oh my God. I have this written down here, believe it or not, because just
did
in
you?
case there's a
Oh
spot
yeah.
to talk about it. Because I've worked with
No,
Moana.
this is definitely your trigger to bring it up. But let me finish this thought before I lose it, because
Yes.
I also like that's why I write everything down as well.
Yes.
I'm a professional note taker. Oh, I became a professional note taker because of it.
Ooh.
See, now I forgot.
Once we got
Yeah. So we talked about conflict and war situations, and
yeah.
in as for example, in Arctic, they have like a multitude of words to describe snow,
Yeah.
right?
Dozens, hundreds or something. Yeah, right.
Could you live with it? So yeah, it's so like it's the only thing that I know is like, yeah, snow is white, and yellow snow. Don't eat
Sometimes it's
yellow
red
snow.
colored.
but they are they have like a whole wide range of words to describe snow and the environment that they live in, and
Mhm.
um from Indigenous peoples in the Pacific, for example, it was
Mm.
water, but also with conflict. Like there's multiple ways to classify what is war.
Wow.
'Cause for a lot of people, like war is that encapsulates everything. There's peace and there's war, and it's very very much absolutes. And but there's also like in several languages within the Pacific, you can like have like yeah uh like warlike yeah different stages and have different words, like so different words to describe war. The what I wanted to say about this is when you link it to the Sami is so I asked them, so what is actually the word for war in the Sami language, Northern Sami, because you have the Sami, and so crazy that I sound like an expert on Sami, but I'm not. But I'm just super fascinated about my indigenous relations. It's like they have several languages, and the predominantly is the Northern Sami language. And I asked them like, so what is a word for war in the Sami language? And it took them a very long time to figure out what the word for war is, because it is like I said, their modus operandi, the way to come to a resolution of a conflict is not to go to war, but actually go through debate, go to
Oh, love it.
talk
Yes.
about it. So they don't know they don't know a word for war in terms of
Oh,
the
my, they have no word
language.
for war.
But they actually borrowed a word for war from the Finnish language, if I recall correctly. And I think that's fascinating. So you actually don't, because your whole lifestyle, your mindset, your whole being does not it does not evolve around escalating a conflict, but actually de-escalating a conflict and trying to de-escalate it through conversation, through dialogue. That you had throughout history, you actually had to borrow a word from a different language to be able to describe something that is totally alien to you, um, like war. So that was super fascinating when it comes to uh, you
That
know
is.
to to
Yes.
to like what's the words like that's what you mean, like words have a meaning. So they don't have a meaning to war, so they didn't have a word for war. And when they needed to have a word for war, they borrowed one. They didn't create one. They borrowed a word from the
I
from
think
the
we've done
Finnish
that
language.
somewhere in our Māori language. I'm pretty sure we've done the same. Like sorry. We don't.
No.
According to my kaumātua, my elders, we didn't have a word for sorry.
Mm.
So we just use aroha mai, like aroha, compassion, love, and all that stuff. Mai, sorry.
Mm.
I'm sorry, or apologies, or whatever. But we actually didn't have one.
Ah.
Yeah, so it's not concept. It's a bit like, hey, speaking of language getting in the way and talking past each other, a classic example is sale and purchase of land.
Yeah.
Boy, did that get us into hot water. We did not have a concept of that. And why would you? You don't sell your mother.
Yeah.
She's your relation. She's your origin story. There's no way you can sell her.
Yeah.
So we had concepts like tuku whenua, like, oh, if the settlers need, a piece of land to grow a garden, build a house, we'll give you, some land. But hey, if you have no use for it anymore, it's tuku whenua, you give it back, and yeah, it's we did have like a clause in Te Tiriti o Waitangi, which is commonly but erroneously also known as the Treaty of Waitangi, Māori Crown Agreement back in 1840. There was provision in there for the sale of land only to the Crown. But that is, if you look at the English version, that's what it says. But we should obviously be looking at the indigenous language version of that instrument, and that's not what it said in the Māori language version. So
for people that don't know, like what's can you explain a little bit like that? So like you have the Tiriti o Waitangi and the Treaty of Waitangi, because people, the majority of indigenous people, when they refer to that particular issue, they refer to it the Treaty of Waitangi, which is, I believe, the exact problem actually. What you're trying to.
yes, that's correct. So there are two versions of the 1840 agreement between Hapu chiefs. And here's an interesting thing. The word iwi today is commonly known as like tribes, Māori tribes. But many see the word iwi as a modern construct. The heart of Māori society was the hapu, which is to say the hapu being like family groupings, kinship groups. And that was, the word hapu is what is used in Te Tiriti o Waitangi. The chiefs of the hapu chiefs are the ones who were like in charge, so to say. And so we agreed that we would cede ka wanatanga, which is governance, to the colonizers. You know, we'd share. It was about sharing. It wasn't like us giving up our authority. That was incomprehensible. You can't give up your mana. That's our word for authority, is mana. You can't give it to someone else like that. And in the English version, however, it was translated to be sovereignty. Governance is not sovereignty. You know, so it all just turned to custard from there, mate. So that one idea, which was totally wrong. Yeah.
What do you mean governance is not the same as sovereignty?
Well, you have like institutions, sure. And like, you know, parliament, and you have laws and stuff like that. Like, but you govern over your people. Is what we were saying. But we have chieftainship. We continue to have rangatiratanga and chieftainship over our people and our taonga, those things that we hold precious to us, forests, fisheries, lands, you know, all that. But it's more than just, you know, those things. It's language, it's intangibles as well. They're what's precious to us. And that whole unpacking of what taonga means had to happen over the ensuing decades, because it was written, you know, in Te Tiriti and the treaty what taonga meant. But really that was not an exclusive list of what taonga means to us.
Right.
You have to discover that. It's like getting married and you think you know everything there is to know about your wife or your husband or your spouse, whatever gender you rock with, but you actually get to know each other a lot better after you're married. Hello. And so that's what Te Tiriti was really about. It was like a coming together of two different cultures, and you're really on a journey from that point on, to be honest, of discovering each other and what it's about. But there were some ground rules, and those ground rules were broken. We said we still have authority over all of our taonga, our peoples and our taonga, and then the colonizers totally violated that, and we had to later establish a Waitangi tribunal to help decipher all of these differences between the two versions of that instrument, you know.
Right.
And that hasn't really, I mean, that's helped somewhat, but it hasn't resolved everything, the Waitangi Tribunal's findings and recommendations, partly because, and this will be no shock to anyone, the tribunal reports are not binding. The government, the Crown, the government often just ignores a lot of what the tribunal recommends about righting the wrongs of the past against us done by the organisers. So,
and how does this? Because this is my legal hat goes on for a brief moment. Like how does the tribunal work? Like so you have a claim, and what how does it work?
so anyone of Māori descent, you can be an individual or a collective, doesn't matter. You can lay a claim of a grievance of the violation of Te Tiriti o Waitangi with the Waitangi Tribunal. And you will be then assigned a number, a Y number. And geez, at last count, there was over 2,000 something claims. I can't say how many of them have been resolved, but there are a lot still unresolved. Even the ones that have been reported on by the tribunal, we still got grievances about the execution, implementation, or lack thereof by the government. It's just an ongoing drama, really. Yeah. And yeah, what else? I could say a lot about that, but I'll need some direction from you because I could go off on
like it's have you ever submitted a claim to the
Oh yeah, I've been involved.
Contributed to one?
Yeah, sure. So I've been involved in several tribunal claims. I was actually I project managed the direct negotiations, historical land claims negotiations with the Crown for one of my iwi, Te Rarawa. I project managed their claim, and I was actually a negotiator for Ngāti Kuri, one of my other Māori peoples. I was on the negotiating team. I got elected, and those two claims, historical land claims, were legislated. So we went through all this settlement negotiation process and came out the other end with a settlement. But boy, I could go on. Yeah. And that was legislated in 2015. So in 2008, I became a negotiator. In 2015, finally got the settlement legislated, so it's in law. But the battle continues to hold the governments to the state to their word on implementing the settlement. So it's just keeps rocking on, basically.
And
and another important one is Y262. If anyone's heard of that, that's the Mātauranga Māori claim. That's the indigenous flora and fauna claim. So that was reported on as well. But again, it's such a massive claim. It's about intellectual knowledge. It's about intangible and tangible taonga of Māori that have been inappropriately used, appropriated, commodified, all that sort of thing.
Right.
Yeah, we've got so many grievances still outstanding around that. And it's like the world shifts goalposts and it finds new ways to violate your taonga.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So we're having to continuously, adjust our strategies to respond to this waves of colonization. Just keep on, keep crashing on our coastlines, wave after wave after wave. Everyone here knows what I'm talking about. And, the latest waves, it's not even by governments. It's corporate colonization, because as we know, corporations in many senses rule the world now, not even states, not even. It's who's called Sheldon Walden calls it inverted totalitarianism, because it's not your classical form of totalitarianism by the state. It's corporates now. They have the power. So
inverted totalitarianism. I'll need to look that up.
Yeah.
Because it's early today I did this the Warzone podcast and to talk about like the experiences of our Russian and Ukrainian indigenous relatives in the current war situation. And that was one of the things that the panel talked about as well, is that we're looking at we're trying to keep states accountable of of everything. For example, indigenous rights and everything else. But you, if you look closely and also quote unquote follow the money, then like you see that actually there's a quasi government uh, going on. It's like it's that the um, yeah that's the private sector has more power, that more power than governments, and has, but the only difference is that there's little to no accountability. Like they don't they like governments have. So it
Yeah.
is like a whole gray area that they get to move into, and which is very hard for regular people or indigenous peoples or like indigenous organizations to really tap into. Like, you are doing XYZ. So in a way that one of the observation was that governments actually are like the front line. Like it's the protective sphere over um these this conglomerate of big corporations and extractive industries.
Yeah, exactly. So, what do we do about that? Sorry, one moment. I just have to check something with my husband.
Sure.
I'll be 1 sec.
Yeah.
One
We'll
moment.
pause for a bit.
I'm back. I just had to find my. I this is amazing to think, but this is like burning through our internet capacity, and so I'm having to add some more. Would you
Oh,
believe?
really? What?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh.
So, but this is being resilient, right? This is like you have to roll with whatever. I said to my husband, I think we should put some more gigs on. And he's like, nah, you'll be fine. Hey, see, that's that cool Nordic whatever. Nah, you'll be fine. And I'm like, nah, I'd like a buffer. It's my Gemini or nah, whatever coming through. I'm thinking like, so I'm just gonna put some more gigs on here. So
So whenever you go online, you have to like top up some like
yeah,
online credit kind of thing.
exactly.
Whatever happened to people talking about like internet should be a human right? Whatever happened to that whole thing? Probably nothing, I guess.
Good. Yeah, good question. It's so
Yeah,
indispensable for life now. All
yeah,
kinds of aspects of life. It's just
there's literally like I think in a couple of years now that it is, yeah, it that you can't live without it. It's everything is connected to the internet, and everything is uh like enough. I think at that point I'll feel sorry for like all our elders actually, because they grew up without it, and now already like they have a hard time figuring out like how to do tax returns and everything else, because everything has to go through the internet and QR codes and all these weird things. It's
yeah.
uh, and it's even going to intensify. And there was, and I have to be very honest. Like when people, when was it, like 10 years ago, started to talk about like the internet should be a human right. They're like, yeah, right. Come on, no
Yeah.
way. Nah, like, we don't have enough basic human rights like food and like like basic human rights of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And now you want to like add like +1 the human right to internet. Like, come on.
So what do you think now, Ghazali?
Now it's becoming to not survival, a physical survival, but actually being able to, to be able to physically survive. You need to have food, water, and everything else, and shelter and everything else. That's like a basic human right. But now this is a different kind of survival. If there's like survival in terms of participation in a society, like it's almost like it's to be able to participate. You need to have internet. You need to have. It's almost like breathing air. Like that's something that you need to have internet as well. It's.
Yep. I agree.
Yeah, I'm not convinced. Like, are we really going down that path? Are we going down?
Yes, we're there already. We're there, bro.
Yeah.
And I mean, here's the example. It's not just about not being able to participate. Like in China, they're moving to a central bank digital currency. Did we talk about this before? Central bank digital currency.
We touched upon it. Well, not in the podcast, but like pre-conversation, we touched upon it. Yeah.
So if everything is going to be, all currency is going to be digitized. There's going to be no way you can participate in society fully as a full human being. There's no way you can participate if you are not hooked in to the matrix in that sense.
Right.
So it becomes, I can't buy food. I can't buy water. And these days buying water is important because you can't just go out to your river like you used to. We can't even, in New Zealand, we can't even swim anymore in a lot of our rivers. So
it was even in the US. It was some state, I can't remember what. There was a recent news articles about it, and that people actually just like rainwater, just collecting rainwater, and they were not allowed to do so.
That's right. That's insane. That's criminal. That's a whole lot of adjectives come to mind. That's just another control device. No, don't let them get anything for free. God forbid they're not hooked into the economy, buying and transacting and keeping the economy going by buying water. Come on.
It's super scary if you think about how Orwellian the George Orwell's 1984 is becoming. And I don't want to put on a tinfoil hat, but it is a rabbit hole that everyone. It is something that
I mean, why would you even put it? That's interesting. Every time I hear people say something like that, I don't want to put on the tinfoil hat or some other line. Like, I'm like, but why would you even say that when the evidence is obviously pointing to a dystopian world ruled by tyrants and oligarchs and elite, powers that claim to be, for all intents and purposes, we're all on the spectrum of slaves. It used to be feudalism. It used to be blah, blah, blah. Employment is just a form of, a soft form of slavery, but kind of not soft, hard. If your working conditions don't even allow you to buy the basic necessities to live a dignified life, you are a slave.
Yeah.
Hello. Why are people so resistant? My theory and other people's theories about why people are so resistant to the truth, because it's the truth, man. The grief sets in, and to overcome your grief, and is really hard for people. They don't have the tools to overcome move through their grief to get to a place of power. Remember this thing. They don't have the tools to move through the stages of the dark night That's metaphorical for, I don't know what the hell to do. This is terrible. I'm so sad. I'm so angry. I'm so, all these things, the stages of grief.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought it was a good idea. That program, Couples Therapy. There's a series called Couples Therapy. It plays here on TV3, but I don't know where it plays around the world.
So what,
and you have
couples therapy on TV?
Yeah, I know. Amazing, right? That's what I said when I first said, who would be crazy enough to, as a couple, bring all your dirty laundry out for the whole world to see? But they do. It's real.
I can top that. There's actually a TV show in Europe. I think, it's called Delivery. Yeah. So people actually consent to being recorded whilst giving birth.
Whoa.
And for a very long time, there was like a TV show about that, a Delivery, something along those lines. It's it's
everything's on the table, right? Everything is on the table these days. There's nothing sacred anymore.
Nothing's sacred. Everything as a like, as long as you pay the right price, and then what qualifies the right price? That's different to everyone else. Like 100,000, for example, was the right price for someone. Well, I don't know, 1,000 or 10,000 is the right price for someone. So it's super seductive to that as well. But it's super hypocritical when you think about it, and when you think about going back to the point that you were talking about, like that even basic human rights are like being poor, being kept poor, and that when was it? The Special Rapporteur on adequate housing
came to Aotearoa,
came to Aotearoa. He came to the US as well, and you would think like the his findings or her findings, the Special Rapporteur's findings.
Yeah, she came.
Like, were to be like, all right, the worst housing situations are in, not in developing countries, but actually it was actually in Aotearoa and in Canada and United States, actually, that was in this report. Like the worst housing were actually on for indigenous peoples, and it's and when it comes to like the right to water, I was in Canada, and people actually have to buy water, and when they live in those reserves, there's a water advisory. So like, don't drink the water, but boil it, because the one that comes out of the faucet is like green as shit, and let them boil it. And
is it on fire? Some of it's on fire. Even you can light it up.
Did you see that thing about Flint, Michigan, like a while ago?
Shame on Obama's administration.
Fracking, water on fire, and there was this clip of this hearing, right? And there was did you see that?
I think I might know which one you're talking about, but go.
There was this hearing, and I think the CEO or like some C-suite people were actually like doing like a briefing about how safe the water is, and this guy just walks up with a bottle of water, and you just like pours it into a glass. All right, if you think it's safe, drink it.
Yeah.
And no one, the entire panel was like, no, I'm not gonna do it, because it's super dangerous, the water in Flint, Michigan, and that's just in Flint, Michigan, but it's still happening. Like, it's still, people are still getting sick and still ending up in hospitals because of the water.
I'm gobsmacked how people, don't get outraged, quite frankly. But like I say, it's part of this, they're grieving, and when you get stuck, you get stuck when you're grieving. You can't get out of it sometimes. You need help. And people just don't have the help. But we've got a mental health crisis in Aotearoa right now.
We do.
Didn't know. Yeah.
Like in just Aotearoa itself, or like Maori in Aotearoa?
Across the board. I mean, COVID has done a lot of things. If we analyze, if we audited the true costs of, you know, the state's response to COVID, and there's a lot of discussion happening about on this point right now, because the state likes to just laser focus just on, how many, you know, people have got jabbed and how many are saved from going to hospital and all that sort of thing, but they're not accounting for all the other harms from lockdowns and such. Some of that is isolation for people. We're social animals. We're not meant to be in isolation. We're not built for it mentally or physically. And so the lockdowns had a cost and a price, and some of that was elevated rates of mental illness, including suicide. So, you know, that's just the tip of the iceberg. Other things like, you know, children growing up, they didn't get the engagement, you know, in person to like be able to read body language and all those micro, you know, facial expressions and things. Most of our languages communicated not by words. Another thing about, you know, decade of languages, but by our body and our even at a frequency level, our vibe. And you can't really get a sense of that unless you're with people in person. So there'll be so many unintended consequences from this, not even about the virus, but about the response, the state's response to the virus. And I got to say, our trust in Big Pharma, again, I am appalled, amazed, shocked, confused by how much trust, not so much the state because they're in cahoots with Big Pharma, but generally people, citizens. You just believe Big Pharma. Don't you know they're the biggest criminals on the planet? Don't you know billions of dollars worth of compensation has had to be paid by Big Pharma because they harmed people with their products? Are you kidding me? And you just blindly trust them with so-called vaccines? And by the way, the definition of vaccines in America, the CDC, whatever the CDC.
Center for Disease Control. Yeah.
Thank you. They had a definition of vaccines. They changed it.
Yeah, they did. Yeah.
Because the current jabs don't even meet the definition because they don't inoculate you against the virus and they don't stop it spreading. People, use your blinking brains. What's going on? Look up Catherine Austin Fitts. She points this out. Awesome. Catherine Austin Fitts. She worked for the Bush administration. She's been in investment. She's awesome. And she talks about the great poisoning and this being a part of the great poisoning. You've got pesticides. You've got stuff in your water. You've got things being injected into your body. Come on, people. Even menticide, you know, poisoning of the mind. It's a killer, mind killer. So much going on. It's not just genocide. It's just not, you know, ecocide. It's all.
The amount of attention that. No, sorry, I should rephrase that. It is overwhelmingly overshouted when it comes to like trying to figure out like what are the not the side effects, but like the effects of it, like the impacts of it, and it's. And now the sort of quote unquote dust settles a little bit, and still a lot of people are trying to avoid it. And what I'm like at the beginning of it as well, and what I'm like you said, words have a meaning. Words can be spells, right?
I don't call them vaccinations. I call them jabs, injections, anything but vaccinations.
Not only that, but like, why call it social distancing?
Oh, yeah. No.
It's physical. It's not social. You know? It's physical distancing. You need to like say keep physical distance, not social.
It's like a psyop is built into that label. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You've got a social distance. Like you say, you're not just like physically being apart, but there's something about this. We're actually reconfiguring society now. And there's a reason for that. We can't go into it here, but you've got to think It's what controls people. You attack their culture. This is colonization, right? 2.0. No, it's on steroids. That's what this is. I'm not just talking about COVID and big pharma. I'm talking about it all of it.
Explain it to me. Colonization.
Yeah, it's the reconstructing society, civilization, for the end and agenda of more control. So they won't need police forces because they'll just have neighbors telling on neighbors. Oh, my neighbor's not complying with the establishment narrative. They're a terrorist. Dude, that's you and me. That's all defenders, man.
Yeah.
The laws in countries are being changed to change the definition of terrorist so anyone who doesn't agree with the establishment narrative. People, wake up. Wake up. Don't trust them.
And something that I like, because you mentioned the Chinese system is being something like a model for what everything is going on, and this social credit system is something that's really scary. It's really scary how it's going to be like scaled. I saw an article. I read an article about it. I'm like, it's reading that article. I'm like, wow. Like, are you really willing to do that? It is that actually, which was it? Like, like credit card providers, they attach. There's this possibility. It's not a feature right now, but it's a possibility that they built into the system so that it can be, you can't make any payments anymore if you have overdrafted some kind of credits, but it's not like financial credits. It is if you've it's actually carbon credits.
You're talking about China, eh? Connected with
it's not even China. No, it is actually a Western.
It's already all over the place.
It's super scary when you read something like that, and how I read something like that, and I see them watching videos, and I try to triangulate. At least that's the best word that I can describe it.
Same.
Is like how, and here comes my attempt to critical thinking into play. Is like, all right, I read this, and I found it on a sinkhole of the world called Twitter, for example, and just trying to figure out, all right, like, are there other people that are talking about like credible people, and that also is something that is murky at best.
That is credible, because you've had Lancet journalists has been shown to be, not credible with some of their publications.
Hello. So who like, and I think the basic question is like, who can you trust nowadays? And if let's like, but surely, because I have this I believe that if it came to a fist fight, like bad versus good, that the good would win, but like just by a slight margin. So, but what is a slight margin? What is the 51% to the 49%? You know what I mean? It is, what is, so if you translate that to trust, like, what is, how can you trust people, and how can we almost like, how do you define it nowadays? Like before, it's like, well, I trust you because you're on TV, because you're credible, you're an expert, you're a prime minister, whatever, but now, like, that's murky at best. It's
on so many levels.
Yeah,
on so many levels. I mean, you got like deep fake videos now, so what can you even trust when you see it? I'm just saying. I'm just saying. That's why when you say triangulate, that's all I do. That's everything I do. And I have to swipe left on so many people now. I say to people, look, we're mates, we're friends, we're colleagues, we're associates now, but I'm not loyal to you. I'm not loyal to you. I'm loyal to a standard. You violate that standard, boop, you're out of here. I don't have no time for anyone who violates standards, my standards anyway. And yeah, they might be high, but no, they're not, because they're just like what all states apparently have signed up to: human rights standards, dignified lives, and all that sort of thing. I don't think they're high. In fact, a lot of those standards in international law were actually negotiated down from my standard, to be honest. So, the Declaration of Rights of Indigenous Peoples, even, that wasn't actually what our Indigenous negotiators negotiated for. You know this.
I would love to see the zero draft.
Man. So, but in our hearts and minds as Indigenous peoples, we know our standard. So we do want to see it, but we don't need to see it because we know our standard, and it ain't good. But we are grateful for the moving forward in evolution, for the gains, but we don't stop there. We'll never stop there. But I have to triangulate everything, because every institution, every individual is like potentially going to disappoint me, and already has. Many of them already have, and I've severed my ties. I do it easily because I'm not attached to individuals and personalities and institutions. I'm attached to standards. It's what I'm attached to. And that's hard for a lot of people. I've broken friendships. I've broke, family members, relatives, and I don't trust institutions anymore.
But how do you? First of all, you set the standard, obviously, but how do you communicate it to people that you have the standard? And
just by how you're being, what you're saying, what you're doing. It's not easy. For example, I had a standard around the jabs, but I compromised on that because I had to see another belief I have is, if we want to evolve higher, like in that spiral I showed you earlier, you must always be looking to sacrifice something of a lower nature for something of a higher nature, so your net increasing all the time, right? I don't really like the way that they've captured net now and used it in, like, net zero net emissions. That is not the same thing as what I'm talking about. I'm talking about a principle of sacrificing something of a lower nature always for gaining something of a higher nature. Never do it the other way around, sacrificing something of a higher nature for a lower.
Yeah.
But, so I begrudgingly took the jab because I knew I would be ostracized from my work.
Yeah.
I would be blocked from doing certain things. And in a quirky way, it's worked out, and this is how the universe also operates. In a quirky way, it's worked out in a good way, because now I'm jab injured, I can speak with authenticity about that. Whereas if I had just natural immunity, because let's face it, natural immunity is stronger than anything we could create in a lab. Nature is the ultimate technology. We try to emulate. We're never going to make it. Never. Yeah. So, I got injured from the jab, and I'm still dealing with that right now. And it cost me a lot of money and time and pain and all the rest of it. But I can speak to that authentically. Whereas if I hadn't been injured, I didn't have no direct experience of it. So it's turned out to be an advantage in that sense, because I can campaign on these issues.
Yeah, you flip the interpretation, you flip the narrative around it, right?
It's always something of value in every situation. Sometimes some situations you just have to work really hard to see the value in it. I get it. Like if I had, and been in civil war, someone macheted off my arm, it's a pretty tough situation. But there are people who have taken that, they've come back from it, and their life has just become this beautiful whatever because of it. In some way, can be done, but I'll never master that. But I'm going to give it my best go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So something you said earlier as well was what I found interesting is also that you uh, the decoration, but not just the decoration, but any. For example, you just a normal treaty of the UN, for example, is it's a product of the lowest common denominator. Like it's like, all right, what are you willing
What's
to
in the middle somewhere?
what's in the middle, right? So it is even something that they agreed to as quote unquote aspirational. They nowadays they don't want to aspire towards it. For example, the decoration on the rise of indigenous peoples, and like I said, I would love to see, like, all right, what was its first draft that indigenous peoples put on the table?
Yeah.
Or what is actually, like, was it? Yeah, like I really would like to, like, yeah, still trying to find out, like, who, if someone has first draft, because that would be super interesting to see, like, how it's got and essentially watered down a little bit because of negotiations. And I think that would be interesting because in the end, I believe, and I think that is where indigenous peoples in the essence are supposedly very good at is keeping the moral standard high.
Yeah.
As in, like, as in not rights isn't the standard, ethics is the standard. That's the standard that we're hanging on to, or that we should be.
Just the notion of rights itself is in some sense foreign to us, because I mean, if you're talking about a relationship between, say, your father and you don't engage with your dad and go, I have rights. More often, actually, we're talking about what responsibilities do you have to do today, son? Yeah, you got to clean the dishes, you got to you got to take care of grandma, you got to it's more actually about our responsibilities, and like you say, just the standard. This bifurcation of rights and responsibilities is kind of right there. It's culturally, it's just totally different, these UN instruments. Not to mention the fact, stating the obvious, we are not states, so indigenous peoples aren't seen as having the, power dynamic is asymmetrical because we're not actually recognized as nations. UN.
Yeah.
I mean, so yeah, but we could probably brave that and find, a zero draft. Surely it must be on the public record on the internet somewhere. It's got to be.
I don't know. It should be. I'm just. I don't. I think I know some people I should ask. Not that I think of it.
Probably track one down.
Maybe Juan Jackson. He was in it, right? He was.
Yeah. Yeah. He's taking care of him right now.
How's he doing? How is he?
I can't. I'm not an expert in health anything.
Okay. Yeah.
But yeah, he's been better.
Okay, understood. Yeah. No, I think particularly for the Pacific region, and in the somewhat years that I've been active in the work, like it's like people from the likes of Moana Jackson have been like if you talk about standards, right? If you talk about standards, that's one of the higher standards that you can really look up to. Like, yeah, that's someone that you want to model, like draw inspiration from. It's like an idol, in a way. So I just wanted to acknowledge that whilst we're talking about him, is that about how impactful he was He is, and he will be, for not just for the Pacific region, but for the entire movement. I'm very
Yeah.
sure. Yeah.
If I could achieve, and I'm not saying I can because he's pretty amazing. If I could leave a legacy, like, he's still building it now.
Mm.
If I could get anywhere close to that, I'd be happy with my life.
Yeah.
Just to say.
Because that piece that were like once were farmers, was it right? Once were farmers, gardeners. Yeah, it was. Yeah, yeah, it was amazing. When I read it. Yeah.
I mean, that's a beautiful thing about us, all of us, though. We have these different, like we have, the rongomatane side, the peace side of us. We have the Tumatauenga side, the warrior, the god of war and conflict and aggression and power and all that sort of thing. We have all these other dimensions to us too. We have the male and the female energies in all of us.
Mm-hmm.
And it's whatever in your toolkit you need to come forward in that moment, or maybe more than one. You have got two or more together come together in force at the same time, whatever it is. But we need to acknowledge all these aspects of ourselves. Don't try and say, it's not really about one is more right or wrong than the other. They're just there. And the gods seeded them in us for a reason. The gods configured us, created us that way for a reason, because we're in a world of relativity and contrast. So naturally, what we reflect the universe. That's fractal universe. The universe is in us. We're in the universe. No.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. 100%. It's also, and something that you also said before. Like my this is how my mind works, right? Somebody says something, and I play it in slow motion in my back, in my head, to make to really like process it all. So I might come in like my question might come in a little bit later than like real time.
Yeah,
what you said,
it's an illusion anyway, so that's all good.
Yeah. So what you said about net zero instead of real zero when it comes to like, this is what we're trying to do, right? In the world, like it's trying to like, so you have carbon emissions and carbon reductions, like, and that's to be like net zero, and but not real zero. And these small tiny words, devil in the details kind of words.
Death by 1,000 cuts, bro. Death by 1,000 cuts.
That's it's and I think this is also a super, and that's how to think of it is as something that I'd like to pick your brain about, like what you think about it too. Is I read this article about like ideas, and this comes from MIT or Massachusetts or Harvard. Can't remember which one of them. Was the idea to shoot some kind of particles into the atmosphere to to clone the effects of a volcanic eruption. So I think it was in the Philippines. It was a volcanic eruption, and over X amount of years, I think 4 years, the temperature in that area dropped with 0.2 or 3 degrees. So MIT or wherever, like I don't want to discredit them, but like some Harvard. Fancy Harvard, yeah. So you know what I'm talking about? So they like, you know what? Let's scale it, and let's do like for the next 65 years, blow some sulfate particles into the atmosphere. So that
do it. Don't do it.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Geoengineering. It is
the great poisoning I did mention, because all that stuff goes up. It's got to come down. Hello.
Yeah, isn't that like all these so-called ideas, like fixing geoengineering? It's like it's almost like some kind of a, definitely we're in the matrix. I like work in some kind of a simulation. That's really what it feels like, or in a cartoon. And when it like that's what I really, when I read all these articles about geoengineering, like haven't you watched Roadrunner versus Wile E. Coyote? Like, he never wins. He never wins. You know, he does everything that he can. Like, he's trying to
Such a
catch that
cartoon
damn
American.
bird, but he won't be able to. Watch the Roadrunner, please. And like it's like a theory of physics disproved by cartoon that you're trying to put into
We're
reality.
in
Right?
an insane asylum right now. The people in charge are mad. They're crazy.
Hmm.
They're pathological. I mean, everyone's seen that documentary, right, about the corporation, and now they've had the second version of that was released some time ago. Corporation? Yeah. And they so what what they do, bro? They take the profile, psychological profile or whatever of a pathological or a sociopath or a pathological person, whatever, and they overlay that on corporations. So they have a checklist of all the things that are indicators of pathology in a human, and they go, oh, well, turns out, wouldn't you know it, the corporations are actually pathological entities. They're sociopaths. How's that? They go through the documentary and check off one by one. Yep. They fit like hand and glove. So again, I say, why aren't people more outraged? Why are they so trusting of anything corporate? It just blows my mind. Yeah.
That's where it's from. Huh.
It's the horror story of horror stories. Do watch Matrix, because that's partly, that's part of the storyline, is that they actually darken the skies for a different agenda, but that's kind of, on the spectrum what they're trying to do with geoengineering, and so many unintended consequences. Oh my God. And don't think it hasn't been going on, because it has. It's been going on for decades. Here's the thing, with something controversial, when it gets leaked out into the public, through media and whatever, you can bet that's because they can't hide it anymore. So they want to give an appearance of this is new. And they're kind of priming the pump of consciousness of civil society. So they're prepping you. Have you noticed how there's lots of these in movies? You may not have even noticed, because it's a subconscious agenda of Hollywood and Disney. They have in the sky. You look next time and see if you see it, streams of in the sky. Yeah, that's one kind of geoengineering technology. Like what you say, particles up in the sky, and they do it because they want to somehow reflect light back out into space and stop it from getting down onto Earth because it's too hot here.
Yeah,
that's what they say. The problem with that is that it's affecting, weather patterns, climate systems all over the planet already. We don't have a natural climate now because of it. It's a large reason, not the only reason, because there's pollution, geoengineering happening already. We've got all this pollutants in the air anyway, which is, if here's the thing, it's called the dimming. If we cleaned up our act today and didn't pollute anymore, our temperature would go up on planet Earth. So on the one hand, that's what we want, but on the other, it's going to have the consequence of actually driving us to 4 degrees or whatever.
Right. Something else.
Predicament. That ain't a problem. You can fix a problem. You can't fix a predicament in the conventional sense, because it's just so far gone and so complex.
Yeah.
But that's what they want to do. They're trying to techno-fix their way out. And one of the dangers, besides all the pollution, and, we're at the same time trying to bring in all this, we are bringing in all this renewable technology like solar. If you start dimming, and this has already been documented by people who have had solar they're early adopters with solar, they're noticing their solar panels, and it's not because of the panels degrading. They've accounted for degradation of the equipment. Time is because the skies are now filtering more light back out into space, and it's not because of the pollution. They've accounted for all these. It's because there's geoengineering is happening. That's their understanding of it.
Right.
in certain parts of the world more heavily than others. I mean, look at Beijing Olympics, like they've already cloud seeded. China has its own Ministry of Weather Modification. I don't know if they've still got the ministry, but they did have it. They've been cloud seeding. They've been ice nucleating. How do you think they got all that super slippery snow for the Winter Olympics? There's one like indicator that the snow ain't natural. It's really slippery.
No, I think they actually they admitted it. Well, they not sorry, they didn't admit it. They advertised it that
It's out in the open.
80%, more than 80% of the snow in the Winter Olympics was artificial, not
Yep.
even real snow.
Yep.
So like next time you can have a Winter Olympics in, I don't know, Kenya or
Totally toxic. It's totally toxic. And that's when it melts. Where do you think it goes? It goes into our rivers, our aquifers. It's the great poisoning.
So yeah, it's so junior engineering like sounds like really stupid, and I think like you said, you know, it's
You're insane.
it's but also what is mind-boggling to me is the elephant in the room that a lot of people are not talking about. Is I read this book. I highly recommend everyone to read it. It's The Green Zone. Have you read that book?
No.
It is the impact of the military-industrial complex on climate.
Yeah.
And basically the punchline is this: is that if we would all stop driving cars or emitting carbon emissions into the world, it still wouldn't do anything, because the United States Army, for example, is still is or one of the like their output, carbon emission output is like almost similar to like an industrialized country.
Yeah.
And not just a branch of like a part of the U.S. economy, of the United States. And so it's and here's where my problem is that like we are blaming not blaming each other, but we're putting at each other as like individual responsibility in terms of everyone should be curbing their carbon emissions, and everyone is, and you can I'm sure that they all are going to like go all in on it, so that people are okay with going to this individual carbon credit kind of a system, whereas the big elephant in the room, or like the big monster, actually is not are not individuals, but actually like the industrial complexes. It's like the industries, and so which is also is the military industrial complex. But nobody's talking about that. Absolutely no one. And that is something that I find it's like super hypocritical, you know. And I blame media for that as well. You know, like they're pointing to the people, because otherwise, like, you don't want to point your finger to somebody else, because otherwise you won't get any money probably. But it is then The Green Zone, that book, like it's super enlightening when it comes to, because it's a for me, it's not like an antidote, because you see this whole like this trend of like individual responsibility, and like and shaming and blaming, not actually like responsibility, but it's shaming and blaming to the individual. Whereas if we all stopped doing what we did, it still wouldn't matter a thing, because these guys are still doing what they're doing.
Yep.
So
it's trickle truthing in the worst way.
Yeah.
You know, like you say, the media have a lot to answer for. And it's not just about, the media should be telling the truth. The media are meant to be independent because we need them for a strong democracy, for goodness sake. If you don't have an independent media, you do not have a democracy. So ergo, I don't know if we've got democracy really by, a strong, credible definition of democracy anywhere on the planet. I'm just going to put it out there. We think we have democracy. We go to the voting polls once every 3, or depending where you live, 4 years, and we think we're changing something. We're absolutely not. You're not. You're being played.
Yeah.
Though, we talked about this. Political parties on the systemic, fundamental policy issues, they're all the same. And not only that, the system goads them, the economic, imperative to keep. And oh my God, the thing about economies is they're predicated on infinite expansion and growth. That is insane. That violates the laws of physics. You can't have that on a finite planet. We all know it. So why aren't we critically analyzing the very fundamental principles of what state policy is predicated on? You guys, you got to question the building blocks of reality, political reality, social reality, everything.
But are people scared to do it, or are they uneducated to do it, or what's holding them back? You think
well, again, I just go back to the spectrum of grief, and we don't have the tools to deal with it. Number one. Another thing is like education. Here in Aotearoa, in the 40s, 50s, we had a school curriculum that taught our history. We had like classes about the Māori wars against the Crown. We had, classes about civics and stuff like that. According to actually a neighbour of mine who I just went and saw the other day, and we had a bit of a yarn about it. He said, yeah, I remember in school, they taught us this and this and this. And then tomorrow's school policy came into New Zealand, and apparently we were all meant to get with the program of international, global. We were being left behind somehow, so we have to change our curriculum, edit out all that stuff, and bring in all this other stuff. So now we've got a whole generation or more, all from the 50s, generations of children who are learning totally useless information, like this, the square on the hypotenuses is some of the square on the other two sides. I had that drummed into me. I never used it once in my life when I left the classroom. What? And now, like in Aotearoa, last year, we had high hopes that we would bring back a curriculum that taught about the real history of Māori Crown relationships in Aotearoa. Then they kicked it to touch. They said, "Oh no, COVID. Oh, we can't do it till 2023 now." And I'm like, "Come the bleep on! It's our history. You say you can't. Don't have the capacity to teach your own history in the classroom." Don't believe the hype. I'm just like, no way. If you don't know where you've come from, you're going to repeat the patterns and mistakes of the past. And that's absolutely what we're doing, because we don't know who we are. We don't know where we come from. We have no idea where we're going. Yeah, and then what I would say is philosophy. They should, at a very young age, teach philosophy, because that's about ethics and values. It's not about Labour, National, Green Party, centrist, anything. It's about just ethics, straight up, and values. And you get taught how to critically think independently on your own. Question, but they don't want us to question. They just want us to be like blind. All these programs and movies and series about zombies. We are zombies. That's what we are. It's not just zombie corporations. No. You, me, to a degree. Some of us are less zombie than others, but for all intents and purposes, you like criteria for a zombie, criteria, against humans. We're zombies because we're just got no. Stop watching zombie movies. I would just say to everyone, just eject that from your Netflix, whatever, and your TV, whatever. There's so many you should eject. Reality TV, just eject that. That's you got enough drama in your life. You don't need no more drama. Spend your time constructively, focused on stuff that matters. I mean, take time out, if you've got to take time out. But, think about what you're feeding your brain.
Absolutely.
Don't be it's
And you see also these trends when you talk about movies and everything else. You see in zombies like Walking Dead and all these other like it's like there was a time like a couple of years that there was like um every kind of movie or TV show was around zombies, and then and it's happening again. Like you see this these all these see in the cinemas all TV those promos for like um uh global extinction kind of movies
Yeah,
like
yeah,
2012 like it's
yeah.
now that there's some others
I
coming
didn't
out.
watch that. I didn't watch any of them.
And then there's now also, and if you see the and this is all about pattern recognition, right? Like
Yes.
it is like you see these patterns emerge. It's basically like Murphy's law, but like everything goes wrong, but like if you look really closely you see patterns.
Mm,
And
mm.
so my question is also like, hey, I like watching Iron Man and the Avengers.
Yes,
However,
me too.
but my question is like, why go? It's almost everywhere. Like it's all these yeah superhero movies are popping up left and right, and I'm like, is it? Are we trying to condition ourselves, or is someone trying to condition us? And this means just thinking out loud. Um, Someone trying to condition us that wait for some kind of hero to help you instead of like taking responsibility for yourself, for your own life, thinking for yourself, but like putting that responsibility like and then putting it into someone else or something else. uh and yeah, like it's like a half a thought that I have about it, like.
No, no, it's a good one. It's a good one. I think it would depend on your own origin story and your own sense of self-awareness. When I watch hero movies, I'm putting myself in the character of the hero.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not one of those bystanding citizens, God bless them, but I'm not one of them. So I actually, when I watch those movies, I imagine myself to be whatever, the Panther, what is it?
Black Panther,
Whatever.
Wonder Woman. Yeah. Okay.
Because we are.
Mm.
And like, how could we be anything else if we descend from gods? And we do.
Mm.
We, I might not have, the Wonder Woman outfit,
Yeah. Mm.
We are all, our own heroes and the world's heroes because of the morphic field too. The morphic field, that thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. And for our listeners out there who aren't aware of what the morphic field is, it's like, I can't remember the dude who is credited with the whole idea of it, but it's like there's this big, like, we're in this bubble of consciousness, right? And so when somebody comes up with an idea, someone else is going to come up with it, and they don't even have to talk. They don't have any degrees of connection at all, 6 degrees,
Mm-hmm.
whatever. It's just the morphic field is something like ideas travel through it, and eventually they just, there's this great story that illustrates it. Michael Jackson,
Mm-hmm.
sleeping, wakes up from a sleep one night. I believe this is a sort of adapted of a true story. Wakes up in his bed, goes, "Oh, I just had this great idea for a song. I better go to my studio right now and start recording it, because if I don't, Prince will."
Mm.
Him and Prince had this all go, "Hey," and he knew. Morphic field.
It's and here comes my book buff mind again. I think it's Elizabeth Gilbert. She wrote The Big Magic. And she talked about it. Like it's a great book, and she talked about it. And this is why when we talk about morphic field, when you feel like you're watching TV, right? And you see someone has comes up with a like Uber kind of idea or Airbnb kind of idea, and you're like, hey, yeah, I had that idea a while ago. Everyone has that moment, right? And so in that book, she describes that ideas are actually entities, and they are seeking for a good host.
Yes.
So if
Yeah.
you had this idea about being an Uber, for example, or Airbnb, it is because an idea was looking for a good host, and you were the good one, and it stuck with you for a while. But if the idea finds that you're not doing anything with it, it leaves again
Yes.
and tries to
Yes.
find someone else. And I think that, and so that's why you get this crazy feeling when you're watching TV or listening to, like, far out. That was my idea. I had that idea.
Mhm.
No, you didn't. That idea came to you. You just didn't do anything with it.
That's
And
right.
he's like,
Ooh,
hey, this guy is gonna stuff it. So I'm just gonna go to somebody else. So that's the whole dysmorphic field kind of,
that's awesome.
yeah. It's
That
the
is
big
so.
magic. That book.
That's the thing, eh? We can actually train ourselves. I'm still in training, but I'm partway there. I recognize in myself when I've been inspired with an idea and I need to act on it right now. If I hesitate for any
Mm,
amount of time, the longer I hesitate, the larger the prospect is that the idea will leave me and go to someone else and someone else will pick it up.
yeah.
So yeah, like if I have this, I'm excited about something, that's an energy, that's a bit of a indicator that, ooh,
Mm,
it's arrived, it's knocking on your door, it's knocking on
yeah.
your door. So you got to open that door and you got to walk through it. That takes courage. Where's
Hmm.
people's courage? That takes a whole lot of things. Sometimes it takes a lot of trust, and I know there's not a lot of trust in the world. Sometimes it's like driving, that cliche about you driving in a car, your headlights can shine so far. You got to trust the road is still unfolding ahead of the headlights where you
Hmm.
can't see, but you got to trust.
Yeah.
Oh, you're like, but I don't know. All your butt start, flooding, and but like when the 2005 Indigenous Fellowship thing, but.
Mm,
I was fortunate enough to have a lifesaver of a network of people who reflected back to me, you can
yeah.
do this. And then as soon as I saw, I was encouraged by their support, I just gave fully to the idea, and
Hmm.
the rest is history. Sometimes we need a bit of help. I mean, when you're addicted, and let's face it, that's what it is. When you're in these habitual reactings and not responding sort of going on, and that's what
Hmm.
goes on for most of us,
Yeah.
you need help. You're an addict to your habitual thoughts. You need help.
Yeah.
You'd be an amazing person to break through your addiction without that support.
Mm,
And a lot of people just don't have the support.
right.
So imagine all of the beautiful mysteries of life, miraculous things that every person could experience, but for the fact they didn't act because they didn't recognize when inspiration was knocking on their door.
Mm, yeah. And I think to in the line of what you're talking about is all an idea, and also like same line with the big magic, for example. All an idea wants is you to execute. So
Yeah.
if you only like did something small, like something like to really like put it into motion, that idea will stick with you, and then and then it'll if it that idea really puts fire in your belly, like, yeah, that's really what I
Yeah.
want to do. And like it's the only thing that you have to do is like put it into motion, and tell that idea, like, yeah, you found the right host, and I'm gonna put it into motion, and
Yes.
then it feels like, all right, yeah, Catherine is the right one, so I'm gonna stick with Catherine, and you will find, yeah, that's I don't know, uh that little fire will be like a supernova, it keeps on growing, and as I think of it now, this whole Tony Robbins idea makes a lot of
Yeah.
sense. Like taking massive action, like, all right, you get like
Mm.
do
Yeah.
stuff, like, and it doesn't need to be
Mm.
like big and monumental, but it's like put it into motion, execution. A lot of ideas, actually. And hey, I'm the first one to admit it. I have a lot of ideas. I write them down. I have more ideas than I have pages
Yeah.
in my in my notebook
Same.
that I don't execute on.
Yep.
Yet.
I mean, it's okay to be a hypocrite, because that's what being human is about. Sometimes you're on point, and sometimes you have life experiences. I don't even want to call them failures. I said to my son when he said, "Oh, I feel like I've been a bit of a failure in this way," and I said, no, eject that language from your vocab. You've had a life experience. You're learning from it. Yes, just not yes, mum. Reframe what's going on so it's more empowering for you, because you gotta, because everything is riding on humanity waking up, and you're part of humanity. You have a responsibility to do your bit to help raise and elevate humanity's consciousness. Reframe what's going on so it's empowering to you, not disempowering. And Tony Robbins is all about that big, like, take a big, massive action. I'm like, yeah, some people can do that, but hey, other people do what you did. If you take a little action, like just write it in your journal, I had this idea, from that might come something, and progressively it just scales up and scales up. That's a softer way to go. You can do that. It's not about, again, it's not about right and wrong. It's just about cause and effect. Nature, the universe, God, whatever, only relates to you, not in right and wrong. Okay, love or hate, rage, or what's that thing they say about God? God hates sinners, or God is like gonna punish you, or whatever. No. It's pure and simple, dispassionate. There are natural laws, right? And they are either followed or they're violated. That's all there is. That's all there is. There's no anything else going on there. To the universe, we're the ones who overlay emotion and sin and all that stuff on it. It's us.
Yeah.
Do that to it. We create our own hell on earth that way. We really do. So stop doing it. And what I just got to thank you again for even creating this space, because every time I have conversations like this, and I have few of them with people again. Behind the scenes, no one necessarily knows, but I do. I'm talking to myself, because you are me, I am you. I'm talking to myself when I talk. You are reminding me as I'm speaking to you. I'm reminding myself. I'm building my own resilience, my heroism, as I'm speaking now.
Yeah,
because I'm imperfect, just like everyone else. Yeah.
It's something you said, cause and effect.
Yeah.
And
it's scientific. It's not even the spiritual mumbo jumbo people say it's no, it's quantum physics, it's science. Get a grip. Yeah. Go read up on a bit. Oh dear.
No, that definitely. I 100% agree. And I think the and it still doesn't resonate with people. Well, people don't, even though it's so simple, cause and effect.
They should teach this in schools at a young age.
100%. And I think what people should be aware of is that it's not just the cause and effect. If you put it, write it down, and if you read it out, like, it sounds very like distant. It's like well, it's something out of your control. It is cause and an effect. However, it is not necessarily cause and effect. It is causing an effect. Meaning that you have it in your own control, like to cause this effect. So if you refer to it as causing an effect, then it is up to you. Like, it's up to you to do, like, with the idea, it's up to you to do something, but you have to cause that effect. It's not like the idea will cause an effect with you, but like it's you that
you are part of the cause, because you're part of the universe.
100%.
Yeah. When I say cause and effect, you also got to remember the universe is out there. The universe is also in here. It's unified field right here. That's Katahina. That's oneness. That's unity. We're all everything, and we're all also individualized at the same time. That's
but a lot of people when they I can imagine that a lot of people, when they think about cause and effect, that they like something that's outside of them. You know, it's cause and effect.
Yes and no. Yes and no.
Well, yes and no. Like it's not
a human.
It's not binary. It's not absolute.
Or a yes or no answer. They want a black and white answer. Is this or is this not? And it's like, it's a bit of both. It's a bit of yes and a bit of no.
Yeah.
But we struggle with answers like that. We're like, no, just tell me the answer.
Isn't it frustrating that like this day and age, as sophisticated people as we are, or beings as we are, I'm not saying that animals are not sophisticated, but like just so that people understand, right?
Yeah, yeah,
That we have the capacity to use that a big bunch of broccoli in our heads, which we call brains, and uh, we can use it. We have our own free will. We have our own the ability to form our own opinion. That we still reduce everything to absolutes,
yeah,
to the binary thing, as in like left or
yeah,
right, good or bad, or
yeah,
like like we tend to we want to label things to make them easy for us to understand, whereas then that's not even what we are, because we're complex, we're sophisticated enough to understand we're complex, but we're not, like, yeah, not sophisticated enough to understand it. It's super weird to that we still don't recognize that there's a lot of nuance in life, and there's not that life isn't about, or the world isn't about absolutes, but it's about nuance, it's about context, it is about
yeah.
the complexity, interrelatedness, universalness about things. And I think mind-boggling to me that 2022, and you can brave it, and not use that other word,
Uh-huh.
um, not use the other search engine.
Search it
Um,
on the search engine. Yep.
um, yeah, to find the nuance in this, find the yeah, mind-boggling to me still that it's we still want to, like, well, are you progressive or conservative? Are you left or right? Are you, like, I'm human being,
To
for one.
me, that is part of the divide and conquer strategy, right?
Mm,
You know what I'm saying? Because when the powers that claim to be, they force us, and by force I mean maybe by colonization, through indoctrination, not by physical force, sometimes by physical force, but when they force us to separate, yes or no, binaries, dualistic nature.
mm,
Are you for the Labour Party or the National Party? When they do that to us, we are denying the complexity of the whole, our holistic nature.
yeah.
By every time that we do that, we are separating more and more and more. That's classic divide and conquer. But I don't think people see that as a layer of the strategy. But it is, in my view,
Mm,
because it's acting on the psychological level and the heart space level,
mm,
And so what we need to be doing, I mean, again, language, the common phrase is 6 degrees of separation. I would say, hey, why don't you speak affirmatively? 6 degrees of connection. Hello.
mm,
What is your
oof,
connection? What is your relationship to everything you do,
mm,
every
mm,
person you interact with? Find it, actively seek it out, because as soon as you feel the connection, your modi changes. Like you start feeling more connected energetically with the other.
mm,
Stop this othering, ooh, people who are, black and people who are white, ooh, people who are, vaxxed and unvaxxed, ooh, people, it's all othering, it's all separating. No, do that, go back and
mm,
connect with things. 6 degrees of connection. If there's one takeaway, it would be that. If people could take that away,
mm,
actually, there's another one. Just generally talking of language, do speak more affirmatively. I would highly strenuously recommend. Here's an example. We talk about civil disobedience. All
mhm,
good. Had its place in its time, maybe still does now. A
mhm,
far superior idea is radical obedience
mm,
to your standards, the standards that your ancestors laid out for you, standards of the gods. Radical obedience. Okay? Once you step into that kind of, and you do that, play a game. That's how I train my mind, and I'm still in training.
mhm,
Play a game with it. Every time someone says something negative, Kiwis are really good at this. Oh, yeah, nah. Oh, how are you today, bro? Oh, not bad. I'm like, why don't you just say you're good, bro?
Absolutely
I know.
right.
It's not bad. But,
Yeah.
dude, play a game. And that's what I do with people. I say, oh, so you are good.
Mm.
And they like, yeah, I'm good. You know, the energy shift that happens when you do this, I tell you, it will help. It will help.
Man, it's so evident and easy if you think about it.
Isn't it though? It's shamefully easy, but it's super hard.
Right. At the same time, yeah.
Through the education system, through, family, passing down the grievances to us. They're grieving, their parents, everyone's been grieving, and no one's given us the tools really to deal with our grief. So you like me, I just found my own way to deal with it using, I had some radical elders in my circle, and I credit that partly to the times when I was a negotiator and on, in the claim settlement negotiations, because we were on the road a lot. We were flying in planes. A lot. Sorry. Going to meetings, all this. That I treasured my time with my elders because, boy, certain ones, they were what we call kai whakatara. Kai whakatara. And that means they're provocateurs. They think outside the square. They go in there like devil's advocate, and they're not echo chamberish at all. They will provoke. They're often demonized, but they're very highly valued at the same time. See, everything's both demonized and valued. We have this love-hate, kai whakatara. So they trained me to be a kai whakatara. And people mistake me for someone who just argues for the sake of argument. No, it's not what I'm doing. I'm trying to, as Morpheus said on The Matrix, free your mind.
Yeah.
Hey, here's a question for the punters. Does art reflect life, or does life reflect art? Chicken and egg. That's why Hollywood's gotten on to some shit. So
yeah. How do you deal with that with when you're like Morpheus, right? You're trying to like people to see the truth. How does, because you said, right, people come and go into your life because you have these standards. I can imagine that people that are listening and they're like, yeah, I want to be like Catherine, or like I want to have the same mindset, if you will, but afraid of others that are close to them to alienate them, to be, sorry, not alienate them, but be alienated by them.
Yep, it happens. It happened to me numerous times. It happens. You just gotta. How do I deal with that? Well, I crashed and burned when I got ostracized from one of my iwi. I crashed and burned. So the story there is, and I'm just going to say it because why not? So as I said, I was part of a negotiating team for one of my iwi, and that. So I was a governor as well on one of my iwi, and in the negotiation process, I was in a conversation actually with our executive, because strange story, not strange actually, this wrong word. Here, there's a trick. When you know you've used a word that's disempowering, quickly change it to a more empowering word. I had an experience, which was for a convergence of reasons, I decided to leave the governing board of one of my iwi. And how that happened was I was in bed one night. It was like 4 a.m, if I can remember correctly. And I had this like deadening pain in my chest. And I thought, I'm having a heart attack. I'm actually having an actual heart attack. And I was panicking the hell. And I'm young and I'm thinking, what the hell? I'm healthy, fit as whatever. And this voice says to me, have we got your attention? And I went, yes, 100%. And then the feeling just dissolved, and it was replaced with a feeling of just calm, absolute love. And a voice came through. It was my mum. So she had passed away some years earlier, my mum. And she said, you're going to leave the governing board. You're going to do it right now. You're going to come back a year later as the boss. I was like, really? That's interesting. And that was pretty much it. It wasn't like, oh, I had a bit of like, oh, I miss you. I miss you. And then it was over. I got out of bed, turned the light on, got my laptop, opened her up, wrote a goodbye, I'm resigning email, shut my laptop. And what happened was, it was true. I left and I went and I I relocated to he wasn't my husband then, but he was my boyfriend, Jeff. Spent a year there, and through another series of events, someone back home nominated me to be elected onto the executive, not just the governing board, but the executive of the board. And so I said, yeah, all right. And so I got elected onto the executive. So I did become the boss. And that was like a year, almost a year to the day that happened. Now, when one executive meeting I had, I was getting a bit upset about Statoil, the Norwegian energy company, starting to encroach into our traditional territories. And they were doing underhanded stuff like, offering hundreds of thousands of dollars to our local college, a lolly, how they operate. And me and others found out and were really upset because, certain members on our executive had knowledge of this lolly and didn't really tell us about it, which gave an impression that they were in cahoots to have, I don't know. So I got angry. And then in my anger, one of my executive members goes, "You're a traitor to your people." And I was like, what? I'm the traitor? And then I blurted out something that happened years earlier that I did not disclose to anyone, because at the time we were in the process of negotiations, and if racist white people got a hold of it. So I'd been sexually molested by a senior member of our governing board. And so I said, I'm the traitor? That person is a treacherous traitor. And after that, all hell broke out. And after that, I tried to get some accountability because it was all out in the open now. And we have a constitution at this particular iwi authority, which has rules for these, not the specific situation, but when, a problem like this arises and steps to deal with it. So I pointed to an objective standard and I said, this is the procedure to go through. And I said, we should go through it. And my whole governing board eventually said no.
What?
And I got ostracized after that. I went back to my local marae, one of my local marae, and I took it there. But this particular senior member of our governing board was, untouchable there. I went with a couple of my kaumātua to a meeting to try and get some accountability for it. And I was ostracized by my people there. They called me, oh, you're not even a Maori, oh, you're terrible, you're awful, And I actually had an out-of-body experience at that moment. I was so traumatized by it. I remember something like I could see the room from up here, looking down at everyone in the room, just throwing this toxicity towards me.
Hmm.
And then I went boom back into my body, and I was like, right. And I walked out. My
Hmm.
husband was with me, and my kaumātua walked out with me too. And as we were walking out, they were like, oh, I don't believe what I've never seen. I'm disgusted. I'm saddened. I don't know what the hell. So yeah, ostracization. And after that, I left my village. I moved to Whangarei with my husband and so many other things. But the bottom line is, after you get, and I had a bit of a breakdown and all of that after that, but I came back with the help of my family who stood by me. I worked through my grief and I came back stronger. I came back stronger and more enlightened, with a mature, I wouldn't be the person you see today, maybe for it, not because of that.
Mm-hmm.
So in a way, again, fractal universe, it was horrible. It was beautiful. It was terrible. It made me stronger.
Yeah.
I'm not advocating everyone go out and blow up all of their senior members in their tribe or whatever, because it's not for everyone. But you've got to have a deep faith to start out with, I reckon. Otherwise, you might not make it too. So beware. Be careful what you ask for. Because I had, in a way, been asking for some resolution of that issue. I did. I asked the universe, I need this to be just over. It did. See, that's the thing. You get what you ask for, but not necessarily in the way that you want, but in the way that the universe and its infinite wisdom knows you can, handle it. But sometimes, people don't believe they can handle it, maybe, and they don't make it, or I don't know. But the universe is infinitely wise. Who am I to question?
Right.
Or I am. Actually, I take it back. I do have conversations and I do question. I do ask why, but why? It's okay to question the universe. They're not egoic about your questions. They're not.
And when you ask, like, why, like this sounds very, very childish, like a very, like an infant, but like, what kind of questions do you ask, and and what kind of what kind of response do you generally get?
I don't know. I'm not you. I wouldn't know. Those questions maybe are for you. But just go on. The what, when, who, how, why, where. I often ask here's a good question to ask. This is one I ask a lot. What is the most empowering question for me to ask right now? It's a question I ask a lot. And it comes to me.
Right.
Who am I? Should I do this? What's my next step? But don't jump too far forward in determining the question, because remember, we're in a limited reality in this meat suit. Nature is infinitely wise. So sometimes, unless I have this, feeling in my heart, mind, okay, this is the right question, I feel it, that's all good. But if I'm a bit confused, maybe I haven't had a good sleep the night before and I'm just not in the right modi, space, whatever, wide space. I go, okay, what's the most empowering question to ask right now? Got it. Try it. Life is serious as hell. It's also a fun game.
Right.
Yeah, try it.
It because if I think about it, like the question that you ask, like, what is the most important question that I can ask myself? It's, if you dissect it a little bit, it does so many things at the same time. And one of the things that I would highlight 100%, not 100%, something that services
no absolutes, bro.
to me is this, like this, you trigger this thought process of self-awareness, right? Because for a moment when you ask that question, you are aware of, one, the emotion,
Yes, yes, yes,
the
yes.
two, the words that you attach to that emotion,
Mm, mm.
three, the effect of that emotion, sorry, the effect of the words they might have,
Mm.
and then if and also knowing what effect it might be, that in a split second you think about like what is the positive affirmation that I need to
Ah,
uh,
yeah.
deploy. So there's so many things that they happen in a split second,
Yep.
that I would subscribe to self awareness. That is, like, if something happens, like, or something, you ask for a question, like what is the empowering question that I need to ask. And then the other thing is because with self awareness, I believe, uh, comes something that a lot of people do not want to admit. However, it is can be seen as a strength, which is vulnerability.
Mm.
As in, you're not you're not affirming something. You're asking a question, meaning that you surrender to the, like you said, you surrender to the infinite wisdom of the universe, and uh, you acknowledge that you're finite, because there's an expiration date of Catherine. There's an expiration date of Kazali, and everyone
Except
else.
for my past lives and my future lives, but yes.
Yeah, but like right now, right? Like the
Mm.
the vessel, what we're talking about, right?
Yep.
Is this it's finite, and yeah, yeah, like with a finite mindset, you cannot understand something that's infinite,
Yeah.
because that requires a whole different way of thinking, right? Like
Mm.
it's a way of using your brain that we're not built for. It's
Mm.
and
Mm. Mm.
asking a question, and this is just me reflecting on it. Asking a question is something so super humble in a way, because you acknowledge that, like, self-awareness, and you put yourself in a very vulnerable positions because you don't know the answer to it, but you do know, like, the type of question to ask, anticipating or hoping a type of answer to get. And and I think, and that's why we actually, and this is where the book Four Agreements comes back into my mind, is like being impeccable with our words.
Mm.
It is like the Four Agreements, like it's the Four Agreements that you can, it's a tiny book, but it made a super impact on me,
Yeah.
like on a
Yeah.
personal level. Four Agreements, like, one is be impeccable with your words. The second one is don't take anything personally, because whatever people say is a reflection of themselves and not a reflection of
Yeah.
you.
It's a hard one for me. Yeah. Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, I haven't even gotten to the hardest part yet. Um, so
Mm.
one is be impeccable with your words. The other one is don't take anything personally. The
Mm-hmm.
All right. The third one is sounds easy, but it's not. Is always do your best,
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
because we all have a different standard of doing our best. But doing your best, it's something that we can always, like, we should always aspire to always do. And doing best in relationships, in conversations, in whatever. And being best, it does is there's a huge difference between doing things perfect and doing your best.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because perfect is like you keep moving the goalpost, and there's and perfection. There's a fine line between perfection and procrastination, by the way. And that what a lot of
Mm.
people, like, people think a lot
Mm.
before they
Mm.
actually execute. And I think that's the pitfall of procrastination, I believe. Because
Oh, it's awesome.
so that's the third one, right? Don't be. And the fourth one, which is linked to what you're saying as well. Obviously, be impeccable with your words, but the fourth one is don't make assumptions.
Mm.
and that's
Ugh.
super difficult for a
All
lot of people.
super hard, super easy, super hard. Oh
Right,
my.
but I think, yeah, like it's don't not like there's more power into asking
Mm.
questions,
Mm.
because that would make you smarter. Asking questions would make you smarter. Put you in a vulnerable position, yes, but it makes you smarter. And
Mm.
that's because regardless of what type of answer you get, like if controversial, or good or bad, like you gain knowledge in some way. So that's much better than making assumptions about things, because you stay in a bubble in your own head. It's like, yeah, and the only thing that you this is like this self-fulfilling prophecy, right? You're looking for elements out there that reinforce your gut feeling. And the problem with the gut feeling is when you start trusting them, you always trust them. When you start having them, you always trust them. And I can imagine one number of times that you do need to trust your gut feelings. But when it comes to, yeah, like trying to find freedom, because that's what do these four agreements do? Like they help you uncondition yourself from
Mm.
the and you talked about it, the educational system. It teaches us to think in a certain way. It doesn't teach us how to think, but it teaches us what to think,
What to think?
what to learn, right? And this and so what Ruiz described in a book is that the people, their the true mindset is a creative mindset. Like babies, like babies are super creative, and they're but as soon as they start become conscious of things, we start to condition people
Yeah.
towards a certain standards. That's We don't know what a standard derives from, but it's mostly I believe it's mostly socially driven. Like
Mm.
you have to, well, um, if you're indigenous, you have to go to college, go to university, and graduate, because that is what indigenous people need to do to fight the system. Like, you don't have to fight this. You don't have to go to college to fight the system. You don't have to.
Correct.
You don't.
Correct.
You don't have to be
Especially
a.
these days when
Yeah.
you can't really trust institutions to not be indoctrinating you in a disempowering way. And I know, people, mates, some of them who have amassed a lot of letters next to their name.
Mm,
They've done very little out in the real world to help with these converging crises, I got to say. They
yeah.
just keep going back, to university to get more letters, or they go to conferences and talk about but it's not changing anything in any
Yeah.
meaningful way, in any meaningful time frame, I might add, even though time's an illusion, but in some ways time does matter, but they're not.
And is it help in the real world at all? If people like, because if you do like write a academic report or an article, the only thing it can be validated is through peer review, through reading other stuff. So like you
You're in your
keep
bubble, right? Your
yeah,
science bubble.
you keep rehashing what other people said, and that's the ultimate form of self-fulfilling prophecy, because you're trying to you're trying to pick out articles and documents actually that and reinforce what you want to write about.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas the real world is totally different. It's super dynamic, and this is why it's so mind-boggling to me that when it comes to the knowledge of indigenous peoples, or traditional knowledge, quote unquote, that they I had this there's this I sent them a DM on Instagram. I saw a post on Instagram, a marketing studio that really they wanted to put out some content, like articles, and one was about indigenous knowledge, like is the antidote to climate change. No, it's a triggering title, so I clicked on it and I read it, and it just like if you claim if it, so that's what the article said. The article said, like, the
Mm-hmm.
knowledge of indigenous peoples is the antidote to climate change, but
some
not.
level, I believe that too. At some level, I believe that as well.
Yeah, yeah. But the problem that I had with the article was that it was citing articles and books by non-indigenous readers, writers.
Oh,
It wasn't citing a quote
oh,
from people like yourself or indigenous climate activists, and so you're missing the point. You're trying to make a point, but you're totally missing it if you say if you don't if you keep referring to non-indigenous writers or books that actually wrote about indigenous peoples, but not with indigenous peoples, and it's and that's also my problem with the whole traditional knowledge from these people thing right now, that it is becoming more popular in the world when it comes to fighting climate change and protecting biodiversity, but we still have a hard time convincing states and people about it, because they still look at it from like, all right, let's do a mapping exercise, let's do some data gathering, let's do some research on it, and so the first 2 3 years what you get are like documents and reports, that's basically say what we already have said,
if the house, can I just say, if the house is on fire,
mm,
do you really want to invest your resources into documenting how on fire is the house?
yeah,
How endangered are the occupants? Or do you just want to get the hell out of there?
yeah,
How much more documenting and monitoring and witnessing? We had this corridor before. I remember. Enough is enough on that, right?
mm,
Are you going to invest more precious resources into doing some scientific, research on how much hotter and more acidic the ocean is getting? Seriously, dude, we know it's bad enough. The utility value of that just drops right down. It's the inverse hockey stick. The utility value just sinks from now, because we know it's deadly, it's existential. You don't need to know no more than that.
yeah,
Quite frankly, invest our resources in the next phase of science, or bringing indigenous knowledge into the tent and listening to us. I just don't think they're gonna. And this is I just want to go back to the irony about science, in their bubbles. True science is skeptical. I hope everyone gets that. When you see science and all this peer-reviewed stuff, that has a place, but not in tandem with demonizing a new idea or a new perspective. Science is emerging just like creation. Don't blink and suppress it when something bubbles up. Go look at it and go, that's interesting.
yeah.
But don't judge it right or wrong from the get-go. That's just corruption. Because science is meant to be skeptical by nature. Science used to be the earth is flat. Come on, people. You think we just, came up against quantum physics and went, oh, that's terrible, that's bad, that's, only molecular physics, that's all the world is. No, somebody had to come up with that idea scientifically. And then, because of the fraternity of scientists, they have a skeptical science kind of culture. That's what really evolves us, not this othering of, oh, that scientist supports this theory and that side. That's all, bifurcating again. That is all part of the agenda of, what do you call it? Divide and conquer.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, man, you see it everywhere. Once you see it, you can't unsee it. It's everywhere. You got to start connecting back, man. And so that's that thing. What was the other thing I wanted to say? I think I've forgotten. But that was an important point I wanted to get out there.
Yeah, I think you touched upon a point. Like, imagine like right now we're having this conversation, and I fully agree. Like science, not only science should be skeptical, we should be as people should be skeptical about things, like about be critical thinkers. Like it's
critical thinking.
Yeah, critical thinking. Yeah, and imagine like what like we talk about flat, like is the Earth flat or round? Like it's Galileo Galilei. Like he came up with the like the notion that is that the no, not
And we
well.
persecute them.
Yeah, because he was going against Aristotle. Aristotle said the Earth is flat, you know, and so everyone was with Aristotle, and Galileo Galilei he said no, it's round. He got like ousted, and his family got I don't know what's going on, and now we yeah like well there's still people out there. I don't know like
Anyone who goes against the establishment narrative has something in common with Galileo, with Jesus, with MLK, all the greats. That's the morphic field that, you know, crosses time space as well. We're all them. We're all heroes. We truly are. You know, so as a defender, tough gig.
We haven't even touched upon on space yet.
On what?
Well, like when you talk about like, because you talk about um quantum physics, right? And yeah, like, and we talk about it's like so I feel that there's something that we should definitely talk a little bit about is yeah it's space, you know, like
yeah. Oh my God.
something like that. I hope you have a little bit of time left, like, to talk about
I
it.
got bucket loads.
Yeah, it's because it's I think it's something that it fascinates me. But,
Have me start on that. I'll just take it from there. Go.
pardon me?
Where would you have me start on that? Did you ever thought you wanted to kick us off with, or did you just want me to throw something out there?
Oh, you do, yeah, you do you. Go for it. Yeah.
Alrighty. I will pick. See, I'm doing it now. I'm going, which is the most empowering question or place to start? So remember, many of our indigenous cultures actually have, you know, narratives built into our origin story about our family out there. So, you know, we should. I think it's timely for us to emphasize and shine a light on those narratives, because speaking of finding the truth, triangulating data, we know that, you know, the Pentagon came out with some, it's trickle truthing only, but at least they trickled some out about alien life, extraterrestrial technology and such. And we also know scientifically, actually, that we can't be the only intelligent life forms in the whole universe and other multiverses. Multiverse theory is a thing.
Okay.
According to science, but also according to our indigenous knowledge. How else do you think our tohunga, our shamans, our experts, whatever you want, what label, our tohunga, were able to multi-dimensionally portal from place to place? Because ours did. I don't know about y'all's, but ours did. That's just a given. How do you think our tohunga were able to command the elements in alignment with nature's laws, not against them? Or how they were able to have pets? They're not really pets. They were able to have companions and other entities that they worked with, like giant eagles, you know, what we call taniwha, which are guardians, you know, how Kupe got to Aotearoa with the guidance of, you know, the ocean dwelling mammals and all sorts of, you know, how did we do that? Because we are supernatural beings, essentially. Now, science tells us there's at least 11 layers of reality, multiverses, right? Seems to me that's an easy way to like jump from place to place, just doing them through multiverses. Or how's this? The question is asked, yeah, but if there are aliens, why haven't we seen them? Well, number one, we have. That's documented. So many, you know, cases of that have been documented. But beyond that, it's easy. If aliens are able to access interdimensionality, they can easily be everywhere right now. They could be in this very room and we can't perceive them because we have limitations on our sight, our sound, our hearing, our touch.
Mm-hmm.
We're stopped from being able to perceive them. That makes sense to me. So the thing with climate crisis, for example, why this is so important, surely people know. If we could have 0 point energy, free energy, beyond what we know of, to power our planet in a way that won't pollute, that's easily accessible to everybody, is based in consciousness, because we, apparently that's what these elevated life forms, their way of doing everything is consciousness based. They just think and they zap off to the other end of the galaxy or whatever. They want to communicate. Thought is faster than the speed of light. They just go, boop, think, done. That would take care of fossil fuels. That would take care of everything.
Yeah.
So the powers that are in charge of all the conventional energies, they got a bit of a conflict of interest, especially the military-industrial complex, in having us know about that. And so I'm just saying, it's time for our narratives about that. I know people are cringing, but this is part of being, the outlier. This is part of being the kai whakatara. This is part of being true to you. These are your origin stories. This is your truth. This is the time to speak it, because if you're not going to talk about it now, well, we're going to be Venus. I'm just saying. If you love your kids, and I'm sure you all do, if you love your mokos, your grandchildren, and your communities, and I'm sure you do, you got to have the courage to talk about this stuff. It's about skeptical science as well. You triangulate all that. It's scientific. Don't be scared. Yeah. What are you scared of? Someone's going to have an opinion of you. Oh, they might not like me. Oh, they might ostracize me from my community. Oh, it's just all buts. As far as I'm concerned, it's all just a string of buts.
Yeah, people tend or gravitate always towards seeing roadblocks instead of the road, right?
It's so psychologically easier. Our brain, it's geared that way. We see the negative more easily. It's more effort to think of something positive and constructive.
I talked to a professional skier. This is a weird comparison, but hear me out a little bit. Is a professional skier, Olympic skier, and I asked her, because going downhill with through all these trees and all these flags and everything else. How do you do it? And she said, the thing is to not focus on the trees, because if you focus on the trees, you will hit a tree. but she was she was an Olympic skier from Holland. Actually, I asked her about it, and so she said, well, if I ski, I focus on the path that I want to travel, because if I don't, if I focus for one split second on a tree, I will ski into that tree. And that's how our brains work, It's like you go, or you attract, like some kind of a magnet, what you focus on, and for a very long time, it's people. Well, not for a very long time. I thought it was just more about law of attraction kind of thing, but actually, it is actually what it's also in sports or in our everyday lives and everything else. It is focusing on the path that you want to travel. That's when you need to focus on, because you'll find that you'll be able to follow the path instead of focusing on the obstacles, because you will definitely run into those obstacles if you're going to focus on them. And that is something that's so it's interesting how the like this why I find interesting to understand like human behavior, like economic is and economical behaviors, like people why not like in terms of money, but like how people uh their decision making process, because it's economic decision that people make. You know, what is how do I get the most benefit in a way?
Oh, God.
You know,
And how do we define benefit? Because lots of benefits in the economic sense actually derive from violations of human rights. So
oh,
benefit,
100%.
oh,
Yeah.
but just, I struggle with that law of attraction stuff, which is a lot of it, has overlays and shares, without indigenous knowledge anyway.
Mm-hmm.
But I because I know energy flows where attention goes, sort of that thing. But I try and I don't try. I do. I cut myself some slack because there's no way we can meet that standard. We aspire for it and to it.
Mm-hmm.
Always be mindful of our thoughts, but you go crazy if you did that. So, one of the things I do is I have practices that shut down the chatter. And then have them. You have your meditation practices or whatever you do. I do too. And you focus on your emotional intelligence. You can feel the frequency. You ask your manawa, your heart, a question, or your higher consciousness a question, and you feel the answer. And it's not a language. Here we go, back to languages again. It's not a language of words. It's a language of frequency. You can feel right or wrong. It's not a match. It's not a one-for-one match. The word right and wrong and a frequency of high or low. And that'll give you the answer. Yes, no, whatever. Should I do this? Should I do that? No. Okay. Should I? It's like some people use a thing and that swings around on a piece of string and gives them an answer that spins that way for yes and that way for no.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Yeah. So that's something people could try, because thoughts are too you'll rationalize it to the nth degree, and you'll never really get to the bottom of that rabbit hole. But if you go here, it cuts through all of that and you get an answer from your higher self, is how I
how does that, because southern now you're talking about, when you talk about this, how are you looking at, for example, numerology, something like how do you look at that?
I just see all of these different knowledges, because that's what I consider them to be. Because that just all goes back to the sacred geometry built into the universe. That's what this is, right? Sacred geometry. And numbers and maths. You can express everything in the universe in a mathematic equation. I can't, but there are those who can. There are those who are trying to discover the really hard nuts mathematical equations that express universal sort of aspects too. If we go back to frequency and sacred geometry, that thing, we have some water or sand in a dish, and you put a speaker under it and you raise the tones of the frequency of the solid tone of that thing, and it comes up with those geometric shapes in the water or on the sand. It just naturally forms. That's sacred geometry. That shows us that sacred geometry is built into everything. It's frequency. That's what we can tap into to get answers, because it's everywhere. Everywhere. And you'll see some of that in our carvings, our Māori carvings. You'll see sacred geometry built in. You'll see, not just simple ones like triangles or the step, but you'll see the spiraling, and that's the Fibonacci series. The Fibonacci series.
Yep.
It's like fern fronds or shells. They're all got sacred geometry built into it. It's all, the coding is all there. The structure for the answers to everything is already in our indigenous knowledge. And it ain't a competition with science, but hey, we were there first. But that, I don't know if that'll ever be acknowledged, that our indigenous knowledge is, we could triangulate it. Why, I'm like, why don't you have the faith-based groups? Because it's already happening, and science and indigenous knowledge come into the same tent and sort this out, because we're all saying the same thing but using different language, right? Like God is everywhere all the time.
Mm-hmm.
That's just the law of thermodynamics. Which law is it? Energy isn't created or destroyed, it just moves around, whatever. That's our indigenous knowledge. God is everywhere. Same. So why aren't we getting past our egoic, like, this is our tent, that's your tent, just make a big tent and have all of our tohunga come. Our Māori people, we held those kind of wānanga, those higher learning spaces. They stopped in the 50s. They just stopped. Yeah. They just stopped. Colonization, people got busy with life, whatever. Schools taught different curriculums and just, we forgot. Now we have tohunga, but oh man, they're nowhere near. It's not like we have many tohunga who can command the wind or bring animals into our space when we need a particular kind of animal. Very few tohunga can do that now. My sister, this is a t-shirt, by the way. My sister's she does miri. She's a healer, and she works with the body, the energy in the body. Miri isn't massage, by the way. Miri is like romi. I guess it's in the same family of healing traditions, but your work, it means to agitate. Hey, there's a kai whakatara for you, someone who's a miri practitioner, because they agitate. You got to get right out in there. You got to get to the root. All the superficial stuff when you go to the doctor, that's not helping. Even chiropractors and stuff, they don't get down. They don't. You got to go back to your traditions, your traditional healing. What we all do as defenders is a type of healing. Helping move through grief is a type of, we're all healers. All of us. Every day. Where did we start with that?
Because we start with something and we always get to some place, but it's
with us, not at us.
Yeah, well, I think there's something that I had in my mind. Shit, I should have written it down. It's
but I think it's not to beat up on ourselves. If we're struggling like I do with fractal universe, glass half full and half empty at the same time. I need to forgive you, but I'm struggling, even though I know you're me. So the more I don't forgive you, the more I hurt myself. Intellectually, I know that. And I struggle with it because I'm so in my head, like that's what Geminis are. So in the head. But I'm also, you said numerology, that's right. So I'm in numerology, I'm what they call a number one. That's apparently my profile in numerology is number one. But I also am a metal dog in Chinese horoscopes. I was also born at night, which makes me of a particular profile, because the dog is meant to be doing your job at night. You're meant to be guarding the home. I was so busy being born, I wasn't actually doing my job. So I have a lot of anxiety. So that school of, Chinese horoscopes say. But I use that and I turn that into an energy to propel me forward, my anxiety. Sometimes I crash and burn and I need to take a hiatus from all of this stuff. That's another thing. You got to know when to just take a break from all of this. Otherwise, you'll not just burn out for a moment, but you will go boop.
Yeah.
Which is okay if you believe in another life after this one, which I do, which is so whatever. And also I follow astrology because let's face it, our people had our own astrological knowledges. Right now, our Māori, for example, this is a close to home, but there's further from home kinds of knowledges. The moon, we follow our calendar, is on the moon cycles. There are things that are good days for stuff, not good days for stuff. Things are meh according to the moon's energy. The moon is a, celestial body, one. The sun is another. All the other planets are others. So we have our kind of astrological knowledges, but I think a lot of that might have been missed and sort of lost for now. That can be revived. Everything can be revived. My kaumatua, Malcolm Petty, who died some years back, he was probably one of the most influential kaumatua, and he said everything is genetically encoded. So even if you think it's lost, it's really not. That's kind of like morphic field, I guess. You always carry it with you. You always carry your ancestors with you and your whakapapi and your genetic code.
Yeah.
So we grieve about it, but then we don't have to grieve about it. We just have to rediscover it. Thank you very much. But I know a lot of the, mainstream newspapers, they have those horoscopes and all that. That's not even what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the real deal stuff, astrology. And we can tell the great cycles of time and then smaller cycles within that. Astrology shows you it's happening. It's a really great tool. If you want to have a wānanga or something like this, and I checked my astrological information to make sure that, wow, this is a very auspicious time to have this wānanga.
Yeah. Okay. It's something to do with, I looked it up once. It's I can't remember what it was. Like because when you said like I was born at night, which holds an impact. Natal chart, is that what it is?
Natal chart, yeah.
So
natal chart, yeah.
Yeah. Super fascinating. I'm like, so like, I actually found out, like, so I looked up like when I was born, like, and what time, and it just showed the whole thing. Like, wow, yeah. And then they describe that this planet does this to you, does this to that planet, so that has an effect on you in this way. Like, yeah, it kind of did, because you and then figure out, oh, so it's kind of a it's kind of reasoning, gives you a reasoning about like from some action that I did or didn't do, mostly didn't do. It's super fascinating. Like I have a like those newspaper horoscopes. Like, yeah, I don't even read them anymore. And it's what I also hear is, especially when I have a conversation with people, colleagues or whatever, it's like, yeah. So when I tell them like I'm a when ask me when my birthday is, oh, so you're Sagittarius? Yeah, Sagittarius. All right. Oh, no, Sagittarius this or the X, Y, and Z. Like, okay, I don't know what that means. So in relation to something or whatever, but it's
there's also been like an experiment or research, was a thing that was done where they had a whole classroom of students, and they said, they've done their astrological reading, and they handed out a piece of paper with it written down for them, and they read it, and they said, okay, so who resonates with that? Who feels like, yeah, no, that's on point? And like 95% of them put their hand up. Cool. Pass the piece of paper back to the person behind you. Now read it and see. It was all the same piece of paper. And so, there on one level, it's like, oh, so it's so generalized. It doesn't really, but that's the thing. You've got to find your own truth about anything, including this. It works for me. I resonate with it, but I don't just do the superficial level of it. I look deeper into it. And that's when it really, it's like very useful knowledge. There's that kōrero that the very successful people, they consult their astrological charts regularly. And that includes oligarchs and those who are quote unquote evil in the world. I don't know what you call it. So,
should do it more often then.
Well, just find your own truth. Maybe it doesn't resonate with you. Good. Find something else.
Well, you don't know if you don't try it out, though.
Other tool, because we're not continuing the same way as defenders and expecting different results. You know what I mean? It's crazy. You're not gonna. You have to change. And the other thing I would say is, and this is what I remember from what I wanted to say before, but I just remembered now, is that we want to rethink our engagement with the powers that claim to be, because quite frankly, either they no longer have a social mandate. So why are you engaging with those that do not have a social mandate? They lost it some time ago. Who knows when the line in the sand was, but there is a line. They've crossed it. They've lost it. Or they're just crazy. Why are you engaging with crazy people?
Yeah.
Rethink your theory of change. Strategize accordingly. You got to change your strategy. What we keep doing, and I'm talking about the COP meetings, I'm talking about all that. Yeah, there's still some value, because let's face it, if we weren't in those failed spaces, and they are, if we were in those failed spaces, if we weren't there fending off, things would be much worse than they are now. But let's be honest with ourselves. We're only optimizing a failed space. That's all we're doing. We've got to, if not all of us, just go, right, I'm getting on another waka, another canoe, another strategy. I'm doing that. Some of us have to. You can keep some of us still on that same track. If you're familiar and comfortable, that's a problem. If you're comfortable, that's a sure sign that you need to get the hell out. If you're comfortable.
Yeah.
Some of us need to move to the next track or up to the next track. You're not engaging with them. You're transcending them. Like we talked about Buckminster Fuller's kōrero, which is, you're never going to change status quo.
Yeah.
From the inside, you got to create a new one.
And how does it look like then? Or what could be an idea? Because I can see that a lot of indigenous people are becoming super pragmatic, and they're in it. To put it very bluntly, not fighting for rights anymore, but fighting for the next round of funding.
Yeah. And NGOs, a lot of NGOs are there. Yeah.
Yeah. So like it's a spell, right? Like if you as an indigenous peoples, if you have to like move through the system as an NGO, you become an NGO. Like that happens to have an indigenous board or whatever, and so you have to go in fundraising and everything else to stay alive. But which, it can suck you into the system, obviously. But if you're talking about stepping out of that, like if you're too comfortable in it and you want to step out, what is the alternative that is out there or needs to be created so that you don't go into the never-ending carousel of doing the same thing all over and over again?
Sure. I think what we're doing here right now is a really good start. Because and I wouldn't even call it an alternative. It's more like a homecoming. And I don't mean superficially coming back to our indigenous knowledges. I mean in our hearts and minds coming back to our indigenous knowledges. And you got to remember your origin story. And that means, as I've said many times, we are essentially spiritual beings, and we are tapped in, tuned in, turned on to the infinite wisdom of the universe. You're just forgotten. Honestly, you're just asleep. Honestly, just wake up. Just wake up. And step out of all of those spaces, convene our own indigenous spaces where we are tapping in to Mother Nature, Pachamama, Papatuanuku, Ranginui, whatever label you want to put on it. We can find the language. This decade, we should do it. We should find the language where we can come together and we can tap into the language of the universe, pure universal language. None of this sort of mental, or not even the science necessarily. That's what we should do. You know, my ostracization from my people, the story I told earlier, was that was a turning point in my liberation. So, yay. You know, even our people are colonized. Yeah, of course. It's just a truism. I'm colonized. I'm still working through my stuff.
Yeah.
But on the spectrum, we're on the sliding scale, and we have to do this fast. We have to move, you know, along in terms of our employment and deployment of consciousness devices and tools and expertise and knowledge and all of that.
Mm-hmm.
We have to really lean into that. So.
What in if you because you brought back up like the decadal languages again. What do you think should be the endpoint be, or like what did he not endpoint? That is not the right word. The deliverable. Or one of the deliverables at the end of the decade, or something that you would like to see somewhere in the decade. What is, because for me, and just give you a little bit of a context, like it's one, like it is not, the UN is not going to do like every day something for indigenous languages. No way. And so what is yeah, how can we make best of this momentum, or it's not even a momentum, hasn't even started, just now started, but this decade, yeah, what should we be doing to get to that North Star, that pointing horizon that you as a person, Catherine, would like to see become manifested?
Man, I don't think there's any one top thing. Let me just say, there's a lot of things. One of them would be, if we're going to focus on language, I would really just love us to focus on telling the truth. The truth.
Yeah.
If we don't, well, just look at where we are now, because we haven't. We've been trickle-truthing on a whole lot of levels and a whole lot of different subjects, lying to ourselves even.
Yeah.
Language that you have going on in here, we have to help people tell a better story to themselves on a whole lot of different metrics. We've got to use language to empower. We've got to stop the violence of language and tell the truth. We've got to have language that connects people instead of divides and conquers people. That's the big story about this decade in language. It's about Indigenous language. Awesome. But there's always, and what then, or what's beyond that. Always, that's another good, hack that I use. Always ask a question, but then what, or why?
Yeah.
Something that pushed you beyond the boundary of that question or situation. Keep asking.
Yeah.
That's what I would say about this decade. I would just stop the bloody violence with language. That means in all agreements, trade agreements, Blinken, anything at the UN agreements, keeping Indigenous peoples out of, the UN, language, media, language, stop the racism, stop it, audit yourselves. We need to do it. It's just like just having a clean out. You've got to always clean out your own, like a car needs a fuel change you've got to lift the hood, look under it, check the oil, you got to flush out the oil sometimes and put in new oil. You got to do that like regularly, build it in as a personal practice. You have negative thinking, and I've caught myself in a doldrum, and it's been really hard, but I with practice got myself out of it. And now, I use affirmative language as often as I can. I drop the negative. And I end up in a 20-80 space, 20% negative, 80% positive. I try to be. You need the negative there. Don't eliminate it completely. But what I'm saying is you do your best to eliminate all of it, because you'll probably hit the 80% mark. You know, if you aim lower, you'll probably get lower. You know, it's a negotiating, right?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, language. Oh God, there's so much about language. Just tell the truth. At my college that I went to, that was our, what do you call those things, which is like the motto for your school? It was seek and defend the truth. That was our school motto. And it wasn't until later that I realized, wow, the universe has been sending me all of these like but my whole bloody life. Honestly, I look back, I reflect on my life, and I go, yeah, duh. Didn't see that. Seek and defend the truth. My goodness, giddy aunt. So, language.
So what would you? The funny thing is, like, I haven't really thought about it, like the way that you described it, as in like in terms of not. I'm use the word deliverable, which is tangible, which is practical. No, sorry, not practical. Yet more tangible, like an end of an equation. Whereas you're more focusing on the principle, like the principles that need to be deployed, like the use of language and the.
That is so interesting. Only because in a fractal universe, the metaphysical and the physical are like entangled,
Mm-hmm.
So when someone says to me, oh, that's not really what I was talking about, it wasn't practical. I was asking for a practical, tangible, concrete, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, oh, but it is. It's the most concrete, tangible, practical thing you can do. Absolutely. Because it's foundational. If you're coming from consciousness in a conscious way, if you're drawing from the universe where all molecular creation emerges, I don't know what's more practical than that, quite frankly. Dude.
No, and I think you corrected me in a way. You know,
what we can see with our physical senses is practical and important. It isn't. You've been lied to. You've been duped. This is just my opinion. Take it or leave it. But it's not just my opinion. Again, fractal universe. I got tens of thousands of ancestors who say, called it.
Yeah.
And we should trust that. This is the most practical thing you can do. Get back connected with your Wairoatanga, not in a superficial way. I'm not talking about going to church and doing your amens, although there is research to say that has actual value in the molecular world. It does. It affects molecular reality. When groups come together and they pray, it does help. But I'm saying, you know, there's indigenous peoples here talking to one another, right? There have been conversations like this that have been brought into the UN space. Yeah, there have been. You go brave that stuff, you'll find them. But certain spaces are still like, I can't really get my head around it. That's your problem. The heart is actually the ruling mechanism of the body, apparently. Do we know about like the what is it? Neurocardiology, right?
Yeah.
Neurons. For people who don't know, go and brave it. But the short end of it is neurons are firing in the brain and chemicals and blah, blah. You have thoughts.
Yeah.
And it rules the body. Apparently, there are neurons in the heart, and there are more signals in terms of like nervous system going boop, that way than there are signals from the brain going to the heart.
Yeah.
That tells you the heart is the controlling mechanism of the body. That's what Māori knew all along. That's what manawa nui is. Manawa is heart. Hey, here's manawa order. Manawa means heart. But, manawa nui is bravery. It's the energy of the heart. Manawa order, that's about well-being. The heart. Yeah, you've got to get out of your brain and into your heart. You just got to do that. They're actually working in tandem, but I mean, people are so in their brain. I'm saying get more in tune with your heart, and then maybe you'll bring it up to speed and then overtake the brain organ.
Yeah.
You have to. Stuff is too serious to be hearing this podcast and be going, come on. Aren't you over it? Aren't you over the same ways of being activists, defending, getting you bloody nowhere? Oh, sure, you might get these little, win battles here and there. You're not winning the war. We're definitely losing the war because not being true to ourselves and who we are as divine beings.
Yeah.
We're not.
That's super interesting. Yeah, and it makes you. For me, it has adds a whole new dimension to like the work that the work that we do actually in terms of
Yay.
yeah and
And I would
yeah
say you're more there, you were more there than others. And here's you saying, yeah, that adds another whole dimension. You know what I'm saying? There are people who aren't even where we are,
hmm
obviously. They're not even close. We've
yeah
got to hurry up and bring them to where we are.
yeah
Hurry. And yet I say, yeah, don't worry about it, because the more you're needy, the more you push it away.
hmm yeah before I have to admit it as well, like I really looked at this UN the UN as a yeah as the ultimate aspiration, right? That's how I saw it before. But now I'm like, but not now, but like I'm on this path as well of you know what, it's not serving us. Like you know, like yes, we're for a very long time, and eight and the dates from the Discahe in Ratana when League of Nations kind of thing until right now, like trying to become part of this, or not, yeah, trying to master the system, to learn the system, to change it, and which has its place within history, I
Yes.
believe,
Yes.
within the
Yes.
legacy that we're trying to create. Um, I'm also wondering, like, well, in this, are we, like you said, like, are we skeptical enough? Are we
Mm.
thinking critically enough about our roadmap? Are we actually tapping into the full potential of what we can do, what we can achieve, and are we looking at elements of the roadmap as the way that we should be looking at the elements? Like, I've been looking at the UN as an end goal, whereas now I'm more and more looking at the UN as a tool, as
Cool.
to get towards an end goal, right?
Cool.
So, in that sense, I'd like us to see like as a movement, as in these people at large, are just human beings, to think more about like, all right, what is this? What am I holding? Like, what am I looking at right now? And how am I? Um, what is the purpose of all this? How do I? What's the function of me going to the print form every year, or the extra mechanism every year?
Great
Um,
question.
it's surely like, you want to, you like, and I fully agree that if when it comes to cops, climate change, biodiversity, and everything else, it's damage control. We're firefighters. That's what we're doing right now. We're putting out
We're
fires.
under-equipped firefighters at that.
Underappreciated, under-equipped, underfunded, under everything. The best firefighters, however, but and that's the thing, and I think that goes back into like Moana Jackson said, the ones were gardeners, is that we've became very good at firefighting. However, we're good at farming, for example. We're going at growing a yeah a peaceful community, like of ethics, reciprocity, respect, consent, and all these things. But because of everyone else is fucking up everything that they're doing, we had to retrain ourselves to become firefighters and like put all these fires in biodiversity, climate change, and everything else. And still, people don't want to listen to us. So it is, yeah. So I see our role as indigenous peoples more and more like into that, uh, like that, like as firefighters, and not like. And maybe there's something that we can that we as indigenous peoples can contribute more, in a better way to the world, in terms of, because that's a problem. There's no alternative to the UN. There's no alternative. So
Is that true? No, I'm just saying. I'm just putting that out to the universe. Sooner or later, it'll ping back an
100%.
answer.
So that's the question that I ask myself. Like, so if right now, like, there's no UN2 or like something like that, something along those lines. So what is? I'm not talking about like creating a parallel United Nations, but like it's. So what is the purpose of the UN, right? Like, what is the purpose? And it's actually self-serving purpose. So, but how can you get to that purpose in a different way, so that, because otherwise, like it's you see this whole the institution like not being able to reinvent itself. Like you have the Security Council with 5 permanent members that are still able to veto everything that's going on. Different point, but it is something that I've been thinking about lately, and and the question that you're asking is the question that I'm asking myself as well, and I have some elements of that idea of this the solution or the other thing, that can help not just indigenous peoples but people in general more, I believe.
Okay. That's a hornet's nest that you came across right there. I'm sitting there going, because again, Fractal Universe, yes and no. There's no alternative to the UN. I'm just going to put it out there that there is, but it's not what we think. And it could be, for example, the World Economic Forum, which has recently come.
That's not a good thing, though.
I didn't say that.
Oh, well, I said that.
That's my point. So the UN and the World Economic Forum have, you may know, they've reached an agreement where like WEF has now got like entry into the UN space, right? But they have been controlling a lot for a long time. But even if you lift the veil, there are other cabals, there are other structured conversations that are ruling the world, and it ain't the UN. So here's my question. If the World Economic Forum can come up with this great reset model where you will own nothing and you'll be happy and whatever other agendas they have, and boy, it's scary as hell. You should go brave that shit. It's scary as hell. And say that with a smile, because if I didn't laugh, honestly, I'd just go top myself. It's just, you got to have a sense of humor. There's one thing that Māori are good at. It's like having a wicked sense of humor. And we like our food, but we have a wicked sense of humor. Basically. Anyway, it was, if they can come up with the great reset and put it out there and say, this is the next big thing, I'm going like, why can't Indigenous peoples come up with the next model, big thing, whatever? Why can't feminists come up with the next big, whoa? Because patriarchy is so last millennium. It's so last age. That was the age of Pisces. We're now in the age of Aquarius, which is a female energy age. This is any feminist out there, and you can be a man or any gender to be a feminist, right? Join a feminist group and like advocate for feminist everything. Join up with Indigenous, because Indigenous peoples and communities, we're more matriarchal, I reckon, in a lot of ways. Many of us, and feminist sort of values, we've got a lot more in common than the bloody patriarchal system. Dudette, in between dudes, dudeish, get together and figure this out. Come up with a, I won't even call it alternative. Our way, the normal way. Their way is the alternative. Patriarchy is alternative. Matriarchal is where it's at. This should be the norm. We should be the norm. It's not egoic. It's not trying to one-upmanship anyone or compete. It's because if we don't, we will die. Oh, and just a quick, to Extinction Rebellion, could we please change our name to Extermination Rebellion? Because that's what it is. It's menticide, genocide. ecocide. It's not an extinction. That makes it sound like, oh, there's some like, the market is moving the economy. No, it's not. People are. It's not Extinction Rebellion like, oh, we're going extinct by some, amorphous process. No, people are driving us to like extinction. That's extermination because that's deliberate.
Yeah.
Language.
All right, so this is from a obviously from a male point of perspective. So because I'm not as educated about it as I want to be. But like if you talk about like what is so patriarchal age, last millennium, moving into like a new age of matriarchal frequency, like how does lack of a better question, what is it?
Can you rephrase?
Pardon me?
Can you say again, but just clarify?
So the matriarchal frequency, right? That's that we're moving into, or that we should be moving into, right?
Be amplifying it. Yeah, it's always been there. It's just been suppressed, so we need to amplify it. It's that balance.
Right. All right, and then yeah. My question is like, so what's the difference? As in, like, what is the
between matriarchal, patriarchal?
No. It's a So you're moving into a new matriarchal frequency. That's what you're trying to do, right? That's what the world needs at this point. As I want to contribute to it. You said the join a feminist group or support a feminist group is a start. So what is, maybe that's a better question. Like what more can we do?
Do that.
That's it.
No, it's not it. It's the start. But it'll be slightly different for everyone. Some people are already there in feminist groups. Like in the Pacific, we have, we're organizing Mililani and Sandra and them. We're organizing Lisa, Wanang, I guess you call it, get together of Pacific women. And I'm not sure what the agenda is, but I'm super, super interested to find out. I suspect I know partially what it's about, some of the things we've been talking about here. So some of us are already there. Again, life is about spectrums. Remember, life is about spectrums. Okay.
Yeah.
Binary. So you're at a point. Just move yourself along. Just nudge yourself along the scale, or take giant leaps if you want to. Whatever. Just move in the direction that is more life nurturing. Hello for the planet. Just take action for you, and you have to inquire, you have to interrogate your own self about what that looks like. I don't have all the answers.
Yeah. And that is something that we all need to do, right? Is having the courage to ask ourselves.
Remember, don't ask outside of yourself to the heroes out there. You're the hero. We talked about that.
Yeah.
Cover that off. We should be beyond that now. And I'm not sure why my screen is looking blurry right now, but it is.
It's okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah.
So that's an answer. It's probably, this is what I mean. Sometimes we ask a question, we get an answer that we might be resisting somewhat.
Yeah, but that's the vulnerability and courage part, right? It's like you ask yourself a question that you need to have the courage to ask yourself, but also the vulnerability to listen to the answer, whatever answer that may be.
Yeah,
because it might be an answer that you do not want, that you did not expect, or you do not want, but it is an answer to the question. So it is. So. You might not like the answer, but it is the answer to the question. So it's
the answer now. You ask it tomorrow.
Yeah.
Butterfly effect might mean shit's changed.
Absolutely.
Your body changes like every 7 years. You're a brand new body, apparently. So it's micros and macros, fractals, same as like time, space, and people's lives. Tomorrow is a different day.
Yeah. Yeah,
Question,
absolutely.
you might get a different answer.
Is there anything that we forgot to cover?
Yeah, heaps. But like I said,
Yeah.
we talked about this. I said, oh, you might have to like phase the sucker out over other podcasts in the future.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. And
you can't, like one of our Māori sayings is, you can't fit the whole universe into a pippy shell.
No.
So that's a mollusk, by the way.
No.
It's I don't know what is it in English. I don't know, but it's this white like shellfish, and not a cockle. It's the other one. Oh, I don't know what the English word for it is. Sorry,
Okay.
but you eat them.
Oh, I like fish that you can eat. No, absolutely not. And yeah, just so this, I am sure that once I log off, for example, that like numerous other questions will emerge, and
expect that. Yeah, you've got to process. There's a lot to process.
Oh yeah, but that's what this podcast is all about. It's processing in public. Just trying to figure things out and like not and stepping out of your own, like out of your own bubble. It's like, all right, how do you think about things? How does the next guest think about things, or somebody else think about things? And it's like, I think the world is a buffet of knowledge, and we should not be afraid to tap into that buffet and just to.
You did a double negative right there. I'm just gonna give did you catch it?
Yeah.
You know what you did. Yeah.
Unconsciously, though.
Frame that affirmatively, what you just said. How would you frame that affirmatively, what you just said? Don't be afraid to tap into that body. Well, how would you frame that affirmatively?
I would say have the courage to tap into buffet of knowledge. Is it? Yeah.
There's many ways you could
Yeah.
You could say something like, oh man, be super enthusiastic, be super interested. Oh my God, all the universe of mystery of life is there for you. Aren't you excited by that? Oh my God.
Yeah.
So don't be afraid. The energy, instantly you can tell the difference. It's just a game.
100%. Yeah. It's a game of
language.
Language. It's a game of language.
Yeah.
I think that should be the title of the podcast. It's a game of language. It's.
I'm learning along with you, bro. I am. I've learned heaps. You've given me some good tips. I'm going to go find those books, and I'm, going to do all,
Yeah.
I've got heaps.
Yeah. That's. Oh, and by the way, just and like in the timeline of what you're talking about, and when you the book authored by, when you talk about cause and effect, and when I came back with causing an effect.
Yes.
So Dr. Joe Dispenza, he wrote.
I love him.
That book, Breaking the Habit of Being Yourself, Becoming Supernatural, that other book that he wrote.
I have that meditation. I do that meditation pretty much daily.
Oh, nice. Yeah, it's
where to fly. Oh my God. And don't get me started about doing it on shrooms, because oh my God. You laugh, but
no, but
that's knowledge,
I really
shamanic ways of connecting,
like
supercharging the connection. And not even that, they just put you in a good mood. And if you want to connect, any bad sort of vibe you have going on acts as a barrier to the connection. So something like mushrooms helps get you in a good vibe. You are helping the connection.
No, I'm actually like laughing because I'm like, you should do a podcast one day on shrooms.
Yeah, I definitely. Did I tell you? So talking about manifesting and creating and such. So I had a friend come over, right? And she was coming over because we needed a house sitter. And so I was briefing her about, okay, here's all the things, here's my pussycat, here's my plant, you got to water, blah blah blah. And after all that was done, we go, oh, let's just have a chat. And so we had a chat, and somehow we got onto, oh man, you know that who's Will Smith's Jada?
Yeah.
She does this red table thing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and people are crying and bawling their eyes out around the table, spilling their heart out and all that sort of. I was like, oh, dude, we should seriously do a podcasty thing, a series or something like this. And I was so inspired by the idea, and she was feeding my energy, and she was going, yeah, no, we could talk about this and this and this. And I was standing up and I was pacing. I've never done that before. I was pacing and I was going like this. I was going, we should do this and we should do this. Oh, give my pen and paper. I was writing shit down. It didn't happen.
Oh,
interesting, eh, Netta? Then you called me, and this happened. So, I mean, the answer from the universe isn't necessarily the way that you intend or expect, but it does answer.
Yeah.
And as soon as you knocked on my door, I recognized it for what it was. I said, this is the universe responding to my wish, to my intention, just in a different way. And I was, yeah, let's go, bro.
Yeah.
And then, so I just sort of tell you, this is all planned and unplanned.
Yeah. It was already in the books, right? It was already meant to be.
Give us some comfort, right? We're onto something. If we don't know what else to say about this, whatever this is, this one or whatever, we are onto something good, even great.
Mm-hmm.
Believe it or don't believe it, but hey, it's more empowering to believe it. You'll definitely energize it more if you believe it. Why wouldn't you believe it? And who cares if you're wrong? So what? You're wrong. Who cares? But if you are right, Ghazali, dude, you could be like helping to significantly transform human civilization. No pressure, but I'm just saying. Actually, that's what my talking stick is saying. I've had this here the whole time with me. This is when I was at the Taitokoro Wānanga, which is North Tech here in Whangare. And I'm not sure if you can see detail and stuff on this. It's got carvings and stuff in there. And it's got a huru feather, and it's also got, I can't fit it all in, it's so long. That's a head there, if you can see there. So it's a talking stick of sorts. And sometimes you get messages from objects. Sometimes you get messages. So I have things around intentionally because this flag, we could talk about that later. We don't have time, maybe. We actually covered off some of the meaning of it, actually, but we can go into it. But yeah, you've got to. There's no time to be. You know, what was that saying? Being small. You know that one? It wasn't Gandhi. It was somebody who said, or they're credited with having saying, your being small does not help the universe.
Can't remember that.
But it's true. You've got to believe you have more influence. I just don't know how many more different ways I can say it. I've said it like 20 different in this podcast. You just get there now. Get there. And Indigenous peoples have they're at the front of the rank in terms of their capacity to get there because it's genetically encoded. You just got to remember.
So, like, being on the podcast,
there's uncertainty, but there's some certainty there. It should give you some comfort that we're onto something big.
Yeah. Like, and listening to you, like, sounds to me like there's a lot of merit in you doing something similar. Like, also starting to do a podcast. No?
Maybe, but maybe I'm just being efficient. See, in my head, you didn't notice it. In my head, I said lazy. In my head, I said lazy. I'm just being lazy. No, I'm not. In a microsecond, I said I'm being efficient. Ghazali's the man. He's got this podcast format. Why don't we just all sort of collaborate and partner with his platform? I mean, if you're not comfortable with that, that's all good. We can go do it another way. But all I'm saying is, why invent another something when you've already got a vehicle? You're just wasting resources. Maybe it's just a thought. I can totally go. I would have to go invest time and energy into upskilling myself on podcasting. You don't just walk into a podcasty space and podcast. I know that it takes, well, you can correct me if I'm wrong. What's your experience of podcasting?
Just jump on a Zoom and just talk.
Okay.
You know, I get it. Like, it's like I think the problem is that we I did it before as well. You tend to overthink it, and you will overproduce it. You know, and I don't want to overproduce it as like, all right, this is structure like, well, so the subject A, B, C, then all the way to that's like, no conversation goes like that. Those late night conversations that we talk about at the beginning of it, like, no conversation goes like that. All right, this is an agenda. 1, 2, 3. No, it's like, it's like monkeys, you know, going from tree branch to tree branch just to get somewhere, right? And I think that is, and I like to, the thing that I'm interested in is having good conversations, but mostly listening to people, you know, and
I like that too, believe it or not. I do.
Yeah, you know, it's and you listening to you, talking to you is, you like listening to conversations as well, and you like to contribute it in your own, through your own expertise, through your own mindset, and through your own, yeah, experiences, and some others are like more like probing with questions, you know, and but there's I think in the end, you know, it all comes down to the intent in what kind of how you step into a conversation. There's a lot of people that step into a conversation with listening with the intent to respond, not listening to with the intent to understand what somebody else is coming from. And I think that's a big problem. And um, basically, like, I think what at least what I'm trying to do is training myself to listen to understand, because in this day and age, you tend to wanting to like instantly respond, like with catchphrases or whatever.
Oh yeah,
uh,
yeah. Guilty.
yeah, everyone does it, because the whole global, the internet, everything else, like, is geared towards it, you know. So it's something that, I'm not saying that I want people to go back to doing this, but I do want it to add to people's repertoire, right? Yeah, yes, you can, if you need be snappy and do this, but also, like, all right, take a beat at some point. All right, now I really have to, like, let's try to figure things out and look things from a different lens, ask questions for or trying to see a different perspective than yours. And I think that is, yeah, there could be more, I think. And also, I ask questions that from my own perspective, but so that's why, like, if you would, for example, will start a podcast, like, you would ask questions from your perspective, and different, you would ask different questions. So in a way, it is,
Yeah, I love
it is
Joe
all,
Rogan. Joe Rogan's
pardon me?
the bomb. Joe Rogan.
He is like, credit when credit is due. Like, he's the goat. He is the goat. Like, no matter what you think. Look, the problem that I find with people that criticize him are people that criticize him based on one snippet, one clip, tiny clip,
Sounds right. Yeah, out of
where
context,
he,
right?
where he has recorded hundreds of podcasts of a minimum of 3 hours. You know, and that's where you find the context. That's where you find
Yeah.
the nuance and things. And people that are like these mostly keyboard warriors, and they judge a person, or they tend to judge not just Joe Rogan but everyone else based on one snippet that they see that is that's amplified, and that, or a compilation that is being made of like 6 episodes of, and where he uses the N words in 6 of them,
Way back. Yeah.
and way back when. But if you put it into context, it's totally different
Yeah.
of
Yeah.
the sentence that he uses. If you to put it into the broader context of the thousands of episodes that he has recorded, it puts it sheds in a totally different light. And also, like and I think the he would be like the ultimate aspiration, like when it comes to podcasting, like from
He's
my
right now.
perspective,
Yeah. In
it
that
is.
uh, industry, not an industry, in that area, let's say.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because not just by the format how he does it, but also in putting yourself in a very vulnerable position by
Mm.
also allowing yourself to say like, "Hey, I'm an idiot. I'm just learning. I'm learning in
Mm.
public."
It's a
And
super powerful place to be. The power of Taina. We have this concept in Māori understanding,
Mhm,
tuakana and Taina, which is about tuakana is like sometimes it's older and Taina is younger, or sometimes tuakana is more knowledgeable and Taina is student. Or you get the drift, tuakana Taina.
mhm,
But the space of Taina, their power is that they keep tuakana on their toes. So you could meet them with the same level, maybe not in age or something, but in knowledge you could, and you could even surpass them. And then the dynamic shifts. The tuakana now is the taina. Yeah. But
mm,
it keeps everyone, it's like a piston. It's like everyone keeps everyone honest to a kind of
yeah,
tainer. In the tainer space, you're like saying, I'm vulnerable. I don't know as much as you. So could you teach me? You know?
yeah,
It's also a powerful place to be, because if you're tuakana, then everyone's eyes are on you. You make one mistake, it's not
mm,
necessarily the best place to be once you get there. I'm sure Joe Rogan knows all about that. Now he's tuakana in that space. It's a tough space to hold on to. Not that
yeah,
it's his intention to do that, but there are always people trying to take him down. There are
yeah,
Tainer and then there are Tainer. There are Tainer who authentically want to aspire to be as great as he is in that mahi, the work that he does, and there are other Tainer who just want to compete and get to be whatever. But
yeah.
yeah,
It's um,
got to
I
respect the
don't,
Tainer.
yeah. I think he is the way that he goes into a conversation is authentic, with the general interest to learn, but you see that his way of approaching things is far more valuable than what you see right now in terms of uh, the 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 way that we learn today. Like there's a teacher and there's a student, but now it's like he's yeah, it's a teacher being a student, but also a student being a teacher in a way. Like he just like and putting himself in a super vulnerable position. It's hey, yesterday I thought this, today I talk to you and I think differently. That's okay in a way. And I think if you pay very careful attention to what he does, he gives you permission.
Yeah,
What Rogan does, he gives you permission to learn in public and to be wrong tomorrow or today or yesterday. Like he gives you permission to say like, hey, I was wrong yesterday, but
mm,
I've learned from it, and I'm going to do better tomorrow. And for a very long time, like it's people were you were not allowed to do that. Like once you have an
yeah.
opinion that was shaped 10 years ago,
Defend it to
you
the
need
death. To the
yeah, you defend it
death.
to the death. We're
It's
not like
true.
that. People are not
God,
like that.
life's
We're
not
life is not like that. We evolve, we evaluate, we develop. So in a way, like he single-handedly, and this is me speaking from a perspective of listening to every single podcast that he produces. It's because yeah, because you see a lot of merit in having these long form conversations,
like.
and he changed the game. He changed the game, and I think that is why CNN, BBC, CNBC are
Mm,
super scared of him. Like
mm,
at
mm.
best, they get 500,000 views on when they go live. Joe Rogan, 11 million downloads every
Yeah,
episode.
Hello.
I'm like,
Whoops. Not even in
don't,
the same ballpark.
don't hate the player, hate the game you're in. So they don't even know the game they're in.
Yeah.
Joe Rogan knows the game he's in because he knows what he's like Rick. He is literally average Joe. You know, because
Average
he's just
Joe.
he's just an average guy that's like
Oh,
listening.
Average Joe. Right, right. So I
Yeah,
thought that was another something. But yeah.
it's not a
Ordinary
TV show.
people.
Yeah, ordinary
Mhm.
people that learning in public and just like learning by and not wanting to have like things like serve them like a waiter in a restaurant. You know, like all right,
Mm.
this is how we believe you should eat your
No
steak.
elitism about him. He's just, like you say, an ordinary guy.
Yeah, yeah, it's a. But not everyone is Joe. It's like Joe. I'm not Joe. Don't want to be Joe like Joe, but he gives you
Yeah,
permission at least. He gives you permission to
yeah,
say like to do to do something similar. Yeah, yeah.
yeah. Glad he's around doing his thing.
Yeah, where would we be if people
Oh,
like him and you know and it's important to listen to other types of voices, you know, like or who's this guy from Canada, this Jordan Peterson, like there's all these people that are
yeah. Okay. Yeah.
interesting
I
to listen
some of
to.
his stuff. Yep. Mm,
Yeah, you know, it's interesting to listen to these folks. Yeah,
yep.
it's yeah, well, but definitely like um it gives yeah gives you and I think for a lot of indigenous peoples like we should tap into to that type of use of the internet, social media, not social podcasting a lot more,
Right.
not
Okay.
just the
Hmm.
yeah
Yeah.
not just the instant gratification snapshots highlights kind of thing, the webinars because I'm done
Yeah.
with
I know.
webinars,
Yeah.
done.
I. Mm,
Let's just have a conversation. Yeah.
yeah. Yeah. That's true. I look forward to the day when we get there.
I'll just I'll just keep working on it one podcast at a time and we'll see where things go.
Well, yeah, no, you're doing good work, and I hope we can scale this up and have, not. I mean, one-on-one is good because it gets quite intimate, and you can have a deep dive, like you say. At
Hmm.
some point, we need to have a collective version of this. Like I say, I really would like to have our indigenous people's, I don't know, space like this, and we just cut through all of the bullshit and get down or get up, as the case may
Hmm.
be, what's important.
All right. Yeah. Well, I'm putting this into the universe right now, so that I'm
Cool.
accountable. I'm accountable, making myself accountable. My idea is to have because we need something to focus on as because we can like go like
That's true.
all over the place. So my
Yeah.
idea is have this, but scale it up in a way in terms of more depth by having frequent conversations
Hmm.
with indigenous peoples about self-determination
Cool.
and
Excellent.
yeah and just like have this conversation that because no way that we should be having a conversation once the MRIP comes around or the permaform and then we go into hibernation after the permaform, but like that we need to have this conversation. So I'm putting this out there into the universe that in terms of accountability, not as like, oh, please come to me. In terms of accountability, that I'm going to start doing this. I think the Pacific conversation that we're having, the Zoom conversation that we're having, is a setup towards that. You know, like having
Yeah,
these
that's coming up. Yeah, next week, right? Or this coming week. What day is it?
Sunday,
Saturday.
Sunday.
Oh, tomorrow. There you go. I was correct.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, we're going to talk about oceans and then what's going on. Like what I there's some things that yeah we should definitely talk
Oh,
about.
that
Be
was at
talking.
BB&J. Oh, were you
Yeah,
going
yeah,
to and bring back? Oh, yeah.
yeah.
Oh,
I had
that
a
one.
meeting.
there's that
Yeah.
other one about the LCIPP.
Oh
Sorry,
yeah,
acronyms.
the
That's what I
platform
was
thing.
thinking.
Yeah, that's with
Yeah.
Jane.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it'll be interesting.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to the Pacific Women's one, though. Like I said,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
I'm interested in all of them. But
It's like Pacific. We should do a lot more. Like Asia is rocking the gathering space, and North America is doing it. The Pacific should be able to do a lot more as well.
yeah.
Yeah.
How many years have we been saying that? It's like the holy grail of like aspirations.
I know.
Like, Pacific people's really, get our act together. We have our own unique. It's
We have our challenges, but I think we're moving towards getting out of that. Like the spiral you're talking about, like it's we're slowly but surely we're moving out of it into like the light space and out of the dark space of the dark night into the. I think it's we're making subtle but significant progress.
yeah.
Yes.
Well, I'm just thinking, sorry, in the back of my mind, I'm thinking, and there are all these other spiraling ups, like, corporations are spiraling up and destruction is spiraling up and we're spiraling and here's what's happening.
Yeah, true. Yeah. But yeah,
So,
you have to.
nah, we got to, context is everything.
Yeah, true. Definitely. But you got to start somewhere, right? And you got to like
oh boy, that other one really kills me. I'm sorry. We started like 1835, bro. Just saying. And other indigenous communities started way back. This isn't the start, and we're not going to start. We're on the continuum of just doing this work intergenerationally. That's why we've got intergenerational trauma. I wish people would just inject this thing. Let's make a start. I'm like, that's death right there. You think you're just going to start now? We're doomed. You're not acknowledging it, not you personally. I'm just saying generally. If people don't recognize all of the legacy of work done by our tupuna, our ancestors, whoever else, God bless them, that have, those who fought for the right for women to have the vote, social justice, anything, it's all gone back there.
Yeah.
We're continuing the work and we are not keeping pace with the threat.
Yeah. So let's continue to work. Let's continue the conversation. Definitely. And Catherine, thank you so much for jumping on this conversation. And
thank you. Thank you everybody who listens to this and are listening and
everything. Going to listen as well. Yeah, there's a lot of people there.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of things that we have not covered. But I get the feeling, well, we're not going to be strangers in podcast world, podcast land. We'll have some. But it sounds a bit like, we'll have. Well, and that's the thing. Like my podcast is not about like, check and then move on to the next. But bringing back, when there's a conversation that I feel that that we should be having with one-on-one or with somebody else in here. Yeah.
Cool. Awesome. Good. Look forward to the future podcasting with whoever.
Yeah.
Actually, funny thing, because my mind wasn't on podcasting so much as like maybe putting a book together, because what I do is of language. On the one hand, it sounds hard, and it kind of is. On the other hand, it's actually a lot of the hard slog is done for me, because what I do is I have these conversations on social media, but I write them out in Word first, offline, until I'm okay with my sentence or statement or whatever, because you got to edit some of the expletives out, right? Sometimes you have to make it palatable for general consumption, let me say, and maintain your standard of communication out there and in here. But so that is to say, I've got Word docs full of like years of like Facebook responses on different subjects. So it's basically the book's basically written itself.
Yeah.
If you do little bits of effort along the way, you'll find looking back over your shoulder, those little bits aggregate, and you're going, "Huh, I've got a whole book."
Hmm.
I'm just saying,
Yeah.
it's a different approach to writing a book, but it's how I roll. I do things differently. I'm a bit rogue.
It's a system that people that use that write books, multiple books a year, use that particular system.
Oh, they do? Morphic
Yeah,
field.
you should look it up. It's the Zettelkasten system.
The
Zettel,
what?
it's German. It's German.
Ooh,
It's the
ooh.
Zettelkasten system. So
Zeppelin.
basically, Zettelkasten. Oh, yeah, I'll text it to you.
Oh, cool. Thank you.
It's like small notes. So like small
Yeah.
pieces of information. And
Yeah.
what you do is like one note is linked to another one. It's linked to another
Yeah.
one.
Yeah.
And by the end of it, you create this whole universe of notes.
Yeah.
So basically, the book writes itself by through you. Just So it's a constant like method actually.
Morphic field was just connecting me with an idea anyway. But for a moment you think, oh, I think I'm onto something. I think you said something like that earlier. You think like, yeah, that's a good idea. Then you're watching TV and then there's an infomercial. Get this great thing, and like, oh, that's my thing.
Well, the thing like this gentleman maybe, and this is where morphic field comes in as well. Like maybe you were the one that actually came up with it, but this German guy that actually, this German guy was able to.
Yeah, I might have. See, I did it again. I said I doubt it. Negative. Then I switched and I went, oh, I might have.
Yeah.
Who's to say? Don't know.
Yeah, you should definitely look into it because my note-taking app is my system is like that. It's the fleeting notes, literature notes, and permanent notes. So like tiny ideas that I have, I put them on a note and put them into the system. And then one day a week, I go through all my notes that I just put in and just work them out. And just make it make sense. If it makes sense, I put it into the label it like a permanent note. And then I'm like, well, this note on game theory, it relates to Ukraine war, but it also relates to this. So it's So that's and then the funny thing is that you can just like see all these links, like a whole universe of ideas. Actually,
is it like in those global risk reports, annual reports, and they have those graphics where they have all these like climate crisis, ecological breakdowns?
Could be,
connecting all of them like a web.
Yeah,
is that an app that does that for you?
There's an app that does that. That it's.
Wow, I'm drooling right now. You can't tell, but I am. I'm drooling.
Well, there's several different apps that you can use for that, but the one that visualizes it, is. Oh man, can't remember. It starts with an O.
We can talk. I don't know the whole people, unless they also want to know about the app, which might be.
Shoot, what's the app called again? But what I use is Notion. Like it's free, Notion. And so it's a note taking app, a very very good one. You can use it on all your platforms and just like write it, and then. But if you really want to visualize it, if you're a visual learner more, then
you can be.
Damn it! How does it?
Yeah, I know all the stuff's out there, but I just don't. I don't go looking.
Obsidian. There's the name of Obsidian. Obsidian.
No way.
Yeah.
Obsidian. I wonder why it's called that. Obsidian stone. I just got to say, is good for clearing out negative energies.
Yeah.
Oh,
so
man.
That's what it says. Like it's you create a second brain.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah. Sweet. So it's so So my Notion app, I literally call it as well, like second brain. So I just like all my notes. I still have to like
my own self, another self of me to do twice as much work. So if I could have a second brain, that would be awesome. Thank you very much.
Yeah. So you just have to like put in the data, like, and then at some point, like you'll see, and that's how people that writes like self-author like multiple books a year. That's the
I knew they had a trick.
The system that they use. It's a system. It's a system.
Yeah,
It's easy.
of course. Everything's systematized. It happens smoother, faster.
Yeah.
Makes sense. Oh, sweet. Thanks. I'm going to look into that.
Yeah, please do.
I like
It's
I'm just going to say, astrologically speaking, the next 2 years are very important for creative projects. So if you have any inkling, any feeling, I want to do a creative project, doesn't matter what it is, do it. You got 2 years. Stuff changes after 2 years. I'm not going to say better or worse, but it's just going to change.
okay.
So get creative as much as you can now in the next 2 years too. Take advantage of the opportunity of that window, door, whatever you want to call it. It's the best time.
Oh, good. That's a good call to action from this one. Yeah. Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for your time. And see you tomorrow, probably. Hopefully.
Is anyone got the link to that? Is that like on the Pacific, like the group, Google group?
Yeah, I'll send the link again. It's I should call it tea time because it's always around noon, Auckland time.
This wasn't tea time? I thought this was tea time. Your tea time.
My old tea time.
Oh, your old tea time. What?
What do you mean? What? No, so like
sorry, I had this memory in my mind when you invited me on here. It's like having tea with Ghazali or something.
Yeah, that was during the beginning of the pandemic, tea time.
This is not that.
No, this is not that. No, because tea time was open. Was on Facebook, YouTube, and everything else. But this is like this is like actually tea time at noon Pacific time. Having a yawn about knowledge and other stuff. But I'm not gonna call it tea time because it might confuse people like yourself. So I'll just call it.
Sometimes I take my time to get there, but I do get there.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
It all works out fine.
All works out, absolutely.
All right. Well, you probably need to catch your, beauty sleep, whatever.
It's no use anymore. So, but yeah, have a thanks for the conversation and yeah. There's lots of stuff to think about. Definitely. That's from my end. Definitely.
Yeah. Oh, excellent. Now, were you going to do the closing karakia or what? Because we
please go ahead. Yeah, this is what I wanted to ask you.
If you want, because we did the opening. If you want to do a closing, it doesn't have to be anything, just whatever you want.
No, please go ahead. It's.
Oh, okay. Yep. All right. So I'll just let you know. This one is one I use often. It's like to invoke peace and to encourage peace and harmony in the audience or the world, even in you, the collective, whatever. Just that's the general tenor of it. Okay. All right. Kia taunga mana ki tanga o te atua ki runga ia koe. Kia noho tōna rangi Māori he, kia hiro tō i a koe. Nā tōna tāhua, kia whakamahana tō ngā kau. Inaia nei mo ake tonu hatu. Inaia nei mo ake tonu hatu. Ake, ake, ake. Mauri ora.
Mauri ora. All right.
Have a good sleep. Good. Catch you.
Catch up.
Bye.
Bye.